$1 million quest. $1 million quest. That is another mission now.
True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Slow and steady. No sharks, guys. Not a shark. No shark there. Are you guys feeling wind resistance? Yes, very much. Possibly. The Rab's aerodynamic, though. It just cuts through the wind, but it's very aerodynamic. Well, there's somebody else braving the, they're going south. Yeah. They're headed back to the eye. For the eye intercept. We're not trying to get into the eye on this one, guys, because there ain't nothing there. Nope. Ain't nothing there. We're trying to stay in the intense eye wall, which is on that north side there. Hang in there, guys. It's going to be a battle. I'm going to try and get all the way to, like, Lakefield. Right up there, Lakefield? Whoa. Low visibility. See how far we can make it. Big time low visibility. Hopefully Storm Runner was able to gas up a little bit, because they're not going to be able to do it for a while. No. Mods, keep doing your thing. Good job. W mods. Car will never be this clean. Wow, I can't see. This is terrible. It's awful, the driving. The rain, it makes it look like you're going like 70, but then I'm not even like, I'm barely going. Yeah. You have to take her slow, man. Slow and steady. Big gust. Wow. By the way, mod, some criticism is okay. It's just focus on the really bad stuff. I don't want you guys to overwork yourself. You're doing a great job. Oh my, yeah, this is legit air. Here we go. Thanks, Lucio. Man, what a crazy day so far. Keeps on going. What's the next thing that's going to happen, you know? Like, things just keep happening. Hey, we got some power here. They do got some power. They got a maybe we can stop at the rest here. They got power. Let's go. DL and Garrett can stop there. Oh, folks. Just craziness. Well, hopefully you guys like driving in the rain, because that's what we'd be doing. I'll be honest, guys, I'm glad I'm not the one driving right now. I can just kind of sit back and be like, wow, look at that wind. Meanwhile, Connor's just like, hey, look at the wind, and also let's not die, you know? Just trying to keep us alive here. Never know when something pops out of nowhere. Yeah. No storm surge here, guys. Not here. We're good. We're up on some elevation. Wrong side of the hurricane, south side. Connor is not nervous.
Nah, I'm cool, calm, and collected.
Bro is literally just a cucumber.
I got ice in my veins. We're all good here. We got power up here.
You really
still.
think we're nervous, guys? Look, we literally picked up James, took him across the bridge in the eye wall, and dropped him off at the apartment. You think you're really nervous?
I would.
Jeez. I got the Kestrel out. Really need the Kestrel though. My mom is already a little upset with me because I didn't wear my helmet.
Ooh. What's this now?
Flash flood emergency.
Wow.
Guys, we're in a flash flood emergency now. I'm guessing that's probably for the Tampa.
Wow,
right there. Tampa and St.
The whole
Petersburg.
Tampa area.
Show you guys where this is real quick. On top of, so no surge. Well, there might be a little bit, even in the bay there, just some like coming from the offshore flow, I guess. But look at that flash flood emergency there, guys. That includes Tampa, St. Petersburg. Catastrophic flash flooding possible there. Not
We're in
good.
it. We're in it.
We're in it.
Not ideal.
We're gonna have to make sure that we don't drive into any rivers. Because that is another thing we got to be worried about. Somebody sent a super chat saying, not joking, this is your last stream. What is your message? Just to try to live your life,
Yeah, man. Just
live your life to the fullest.
don't let anybody else tell you. Don't let chat tell you not to do something.
Don't let chat tell you not to do something.
Yeah, but
just live your life.
This is the last stream. I mean, it's been a pleasure.
Exactly. Love you guys.
Yeah, Freddie's channel. Somebody's asking Freddie's channel. You can subscribe there. Look up Freddie McKinney on YouTube. Mods can put Freddie's stream in. Hey, mods, put Freddie's stream link a couple times in the chat.
Hey, thanks, bro.
Because I was an idiot and forgot to copy and paste it from the last stream.
Thank you, Connor. Thanks to all the Connor's people that probably came over to my stream too. And by the way, guys, you guys know the drill, but go over to Connor's stream as well and sub them up there. It's a team freaking effort here today, guys. Team effort.
We got power over here. That's great.
Yeah. The sign's got power.
Great news.
It's kind of wild.
Just great news.
What? Why'd you send my Live 360 location, Mom? We're missing something here?
Oh, you Freddie Bomb for sending the Live 360.
Yeah, thanks, Mom. I'm going to do some moderating myself.
Gonna keep on pushing, guys.
Keep chugging along here.
Gonna keep chugging all the way to Tampa area, and then we're gonna head east probably a little bit towards Lakeland. We're gonna follow the eye wall. We're gonna stay in this.
We'll do, Mark.
Might be in this until 5 a.m.
There's Connor Croft's channel. Look at that link, guys. Go sub to him real quick. We're not heading towards the eye. We're basically just kind of just parallel inside the eye wall.
Good God.
Oh, okay. My mom said we're about to cross some water.
Water?
Or just like, I guess the river.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Mom. We're good, though. We're good. We're keeping an eye out. We're actually at some elevation here, so we should be fine. It's like the, some Ryan Hall's, somebody with Ryan Hall's behind us? Following us. Ryan Hall's following us.
Yeah, he's actually good, guys.
He's actually here. We're not getting gas because there's nothing open. Pretty good, Mom.
Whoa, that was a big one. That one blew me around a little bit. Yeah, we got a flash flood emergency right now, guys.
That's the highest level flash flood warning you can get. Looks like I think they dropped the extreme wind warning. No longer an extreme wind warning, but definitely, if you guys can't tell, we're getting hurricane force wind gusts on 75 here. Not let your guard up.
Connor, please go help. Someone's about to die. No joke, you are near to that. What? Somebody's about to. What?
Is my sister in here? Hey, my sister's in here. What's up, Anna? Adam, thank you for the Venmo. No problem, man. So far, I haven't really come across the tree damage.
Don't say that yet, bro. We're about, you already know we're going to come across the 30-foot.
Oh, I know.
Down.
The whole forest is just going to be on the road.
All because you said that.
Hey, man. It's okay. We'll just get out and remove the trees ourselves. I'm gonna get a chainsaw, man.
There's some tree debris.
Yep, pack the boats in my duffel bag. See if I can like. I'm gonna have to just reset chat. It's just like frozen. Whoa. See, as soon as I say something, look what happens.
All these tree limbs. No full trees though.
Get out of here, Brandon. Overhyped storm, not even that bad. Really, dude?
Man, we'll see. It's really gonna depend if the surge verified.
Yeah, we're gonna see what the surge is like down there, but
type 1 in the chat if you know what to talk to about.
dude, that's crazy, man.
That's crazy, bro.
Unfortunately, yes.
Wow, yep, 1 for me.
That's a 1 for me, guys.
I watch it every night before I go to bed. What do you think the wildlife will go to hunker down? That's a good question, man. I don't know.
I feel bad for the wildlife, man.
You do, because they don't know what's coming. They
ain't know what's going on.
You know, hopefully they got instincts, you know. As soon as stuff starts to hit the fan, you know, they find safe places.
Yeah, I more feel bad for the pets, bro. All the pets and stuff like that. We saw that video of somebody leaving their dog on the side of the interstate. Just makes me mad.
My phone's actually charging and yours is charging.
Ain't no way.
This is a win.
There ain't no way things are going this way.
This is a win.
Okay.
Save the day.
We'll do again. We'll do.
Get some warm air back on. It's getting cold. It's gonna be
sport mode.
We're gonna be driving like this for the next 5 hours.
I hope you guys like this.
Yeah. I hope you guys enjoy enjoying this, because this is what it's gonna look like for the next like 5 hours.
Caleb, thank you for the Venmo, man.
Don't forget block my tree or something.
Well, that would definitely do us in. That's for sure.
I'd cook this. It's pretty good.
Definitely cook this.
I don't like the tall trees on the side of the highway right now.
Yeah, I agree, guys. Whoever did that to the dog deserves to be left inside the hurricane.
They deserve to be
tied to the fence that they tied the dog.
They deserve to be tied to the fence they put the dog to. Suffer the same fate that the dog would have had.
Exactly.
Get out of the car. No.
Cameraman never dies. True that. I hope.
Yeah.
Clean was stronger. Win
pushes on shore, and then it brings with it, of course, the storm surge. Now, we've also seen with these winds, we saw some private planes that flipped over the Venice airport, a lot of trees down, a lot of power outages as the power lines were sparking. It was like lightning. It was just staccato lightning just in the sky. It was so popping left and right. So a lot of impacts, a lot of homes that are damaged from the wind as well. And we've been through some of those neighborhoods, some of the sidings, some of the roofs being ripped away. And now the storm surge, though, that's really going to be the story at this point. Yeah, there's spotty power, which is just shocking that it actually is still there. But for the most part, more and more of the power here in this region is just shredded by these winds, and it's going to take a lot of effort, huge effort, and it's unfortunate because this is a 1-2 punch. We just had Hurricane Helene a couple of weeks ago. Power outages, not a massive issue with that, but we did have record storm surge, so we had 20,000 homes and businesses here in the Tampa Bay area alone that were severely, majorly damaged. And people were just starting to come to grips with that, start the recovery process, do some demolition, remove those massive piles of debris outside on the roadways, and then bam, Hurricane Milton, which is now the first major hurricane to make landfall in the Tampa Bay area in 103 years. No, and what you're seeing, we're seeing some debris being ripped away behind us. There's some debris that's going to be flying across the road here to the right, Brandon. It's going to be coming in. There you go. All right, so something just was ripped apart behind of where we are, and it came across the road and is now flying into this park here with the water. What you're seeing is, though, the water is going to continue to stack up, and I'm going to have to let you go because we have to continue to try and stay safe and document what we're seeing. Huh? Okay. This is rocking and rolling now. Wicked.
I'm telling you, the backside was going to be ripping.
What's behind us? Do you want to check? Where's Brian?
Brian's up there.
What's that?
We're not going to have glass in the city.
That's my point. I was wondering if we wanted to adjust. Yeah. It's right there.
This one.
Yeah, without car window.
Gotcha. That's all the debris that came across right there.
Yeah.
Can't hold it forever though, because I'm gonna lose.
It's
That
gonna
glass
be-
and we'll be done with the night.
It's going to be 10 minutes. Do you want to move and then come back?
Yeah, I can't do that.
Okay, let's move and come back.
It's just not worth losing the back glass.
No, I agree.
Sit here and look at the same thing. We can come back though. I'm about to hit anything I can't see. Look out the window.
There's a curve right here, though.
That's
So I was trying to. Somebody's up in that
I know.
building. Do you want to drive on the road a second?
What's that? Well, I want to see if I can shoot those sailboats over there, because I know they're about to float up into the houses.
I wouldn't recommend driving over the bridge again. In all fairness, do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not Andy, but you know. There's nothing to show here. Are you kind of surprised there's not water up here?
I'm just trying to see where it is, and isn't.
Yeah, and I'm saying, are you
It just-
surprised?
yeah, it just felt like it should be.
I really want to see what's over here.
Let's go.
Which is Tacoma's tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Well, we got 8 minutes. What do you want to do?
Not hit this pole.
Yeah, well, definitely. We can peek up a little bit. Like just go further up the road in this neighborhood right here. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Like your ears popping.
Yep. Just like this wind tunnel.
What's that?
Just like this wind tunnel. It's like a choke point.
What's over here? Look to your right.
A neighborhood. It's a bayou. Hey, it's Jonathan. Yeah, gotcha. Yes, we can't sit there because there's debris like smashed against the back glass. So you have to, yeah, you gotta make sure you're just not there for an extended period because we can't lose that back glass. Yeah, yeah. No, I gotcha. Yeah, yep. Okay. That looks decent. But that was the neighborhood I was looking to check in right there. I think downtown Venice is higher. Hey, Trevor. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Yep. Yeah, still got you. Okay. We got 3 minutes. Do you want to pull like this way? Like, you know what I'm saying, Brandon? Pull like that way. Do you see what I'm saying?
What's that?
So like you're facing this way, but you like pull like that, so then you're not, that glass is not exposed.
There's a side glass busting out.
Okay. I'm just. Do we have anything above us that we need to be concerned about?
No, just houses.
Flip around. Yep. Three. Yeah, just give me like that 30-second heads up, and we can flip around and do it. Okay, thank you. Yep. Just give me that heads up. Yeah. Thank you.
U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene. This impact, and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been a reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people in Florida and incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American, and there is simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertion, property is being confiscated. It's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms.
5 team. Let's listen into their coverage here on Live Now.
And if you're watching tonight, they do have that curfew in place. So I know you guys got to get back home. Thank you so much for taking a moment to talk with us.
Absolutely.
Be safe.
You guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And one of the things I want to emphasize is that curfew that is in place, it starts at 7 o'clock. So we are less than an hour before folks have to go home and hunker down and ride out that storm until tomorrow morning. If you are out, you could potentially get a fine. And I have, in the last maybe 35 minutes or so, I have seen law enforcement moving through this area, probably doing an assessment, trying to get a count of how many people are out before they are moving people and reminding them that they have to get home. If you are in an area where you are concerned about potential damage to your home, do not forget, you still have time to get to that emergency shelter at Rimfire Elementary. I'll send it back to you for now, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. You are watching Fox 35's special coverage of Hurricane Milton. We'll be with you every step of the way.
Are you just listening in to our Fox 35 team as they're continuing to detail the latest with this major hurricane moving through, expected to make landfall in the coming hours. I'm Eddie Mack. We're back after this.
to Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be currently in the process of making landfall in Sarasota County as a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 mile per hour. It's moving toward the northeast at 17 mile per hour, and it will continue to move across central Florida throughout the night and into the early morning hours. Currently in the process of making landfall in Sarasota County as a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 mile per hour. It's moving toward the northeast at 17 mile per hour, and it will continue to move across central Florida throughout the night. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters currently in the process of making landfall dangerous in Sarasota County, even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed. Currently in the process of making landfall in Sarasota County as a Category 3 hurricane with maximum
have just a massive amount of rain, especially with like a stalling out hurricane. Then it just sits over an area and just dumps and dumps and dumps and dumps. Lawrence, Chris. Great video. How are you streaming through Storm? Satcom? Yeah, we have Starlink. We also have like every single cellular connection that there is. It's all bonded together. Some of it works sometimes, some of it doesn't work. When we're doing tornado chasing, because if you guys are new to the channel, we mostly chase tornadoes and we go inside the tornado with a big tank called a Dominator. And yes, we stream during that. But the thing that we found out, which is a note for Elon Musk, is that when you go inside a tornado, it's actually pretty hard to get a satellite data out because the storm above, it's a mesocyclone, goes up 60,000 feet, and there's a lot of hail and there's a lot of rain, and basically a signal can't get through. We know that we're kind of a special case, but it's still, it's a note. We have a note.
What a spot. What a spot. Beautiful. I might use real fast. Damn. Dutch Sense. Thank you so much. Electric chainsaw with batteries and a nice gas saw to take on future chases. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you, Dutch Sense. I wonder, are we sure we want to go away from Menace? This front yard's disappearing. Let's see. We saw front yards disappearing on there, so I mean, I don't think that's new. Yeah. Probably just that wraparound. I'll get it. I'll follow you wherever you want to go. I don't know if that flash flood emergency is going anywhere. Let me see how much rain they have up there.
checking in. Yeah, Connor and Freddie are fine. Their stream, everybody. I mean, honestly, this is the signal that everybody has had throughout this entire hurricane is pretty impressive. We usually, lose somebody for a little bit and then they pop back up, but these are really the first interruptions we've had. And it's because, and they usually get worse as the storm goes on because cell phone towers get knocked down and everything just turns into a mess, really. But anyway, I was showing off the flash flooding. So here's flash flooding, and it goes all the way from here. So it's going all the way up to almost to my buddy Jacksonville Joe up there. There's Joe. All the way down to Sarasota. I don't know anybody in Sarasota.
You missed the exit.
What?
You did. You missed the exit.
Wait, what?
Yeah, everyone ran by it.
I poured to my north still, but
Oh, you talking about? I thought you were gonna exit up.
oh no, I'm
Said you were gonna get up.
I'm just gonna go to I-4. Yeah. I don't know the area. I don't know. Really.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that is true. That is actually valid.
All right. Sorry, I'll get rid of my message there. But we have let me put on the satellite feed here. Infrared. Let's go back far enough. Yeah, this will give us like a kind of like a time lapse of the day. If you look at the warning boxes. So look, you can see all the tornado warnings. Here they go up. Here they are. They're popping up, popping up, popping up, popping up. Flash flood warnings, and now they're all spreading north too. So, everything starts in the south. Let's follow it again. These are all tornado warnings, those pink boxes throughout the day. And then the green boxes start to take over. A couple of super powerful tornadoes today too on the east coast of Florida. If you guys haven't seen those, there was a wedge, which is pretty unusual. I mean, it's very unusual. All right. What's our clock at? We still got a while to go. Check. One sec.
All right, folks. About 10 to 14 inches of rain up in St. Pete. We were thinking about pivoting to the flash flood emergency, work the surge down here. I thought there was a line down. Yeah. Tomorrow. Damn. Could take from Tampa. Yeah, let's keep going this way. get there.
What's the turn around right now?
Go up to 75. Think we should do that?
I think it's the best option.
Turn around?
Yeah. I may not know what's going on here.
Unless we wind off the water.
Let's see. Pretty much.
I think we can get there this way too.
Keep trying. I don't know if it knows if there's a bridge down or something. Why?
Just turn around here.
It goes into Sarasota this way. Trying to get the sand out of my port. Charger won't come in.
Does that much sand?
It has a rock or something stuck in there, so I'm taking a toothbrush to get it out.
Is it working?
Not yet.
We might have to use the magnetic charge.
Yeah. I don't know how many of those we have in here.
.6, 75 north. Here we go. Back to the flash flood emergency, folks. Go pop.
Yeah, we're going to head up and looking at the flash flood emergencies right now. They actually made another one for places like Zephyr Hills, Lutz, Lakeland, all that stuff. 10 to 14 inches have fallen and more is expected to fall. So we're going to go up there and take a look at that. We're getting slapped right now.
Yeah, we're getting hammered.
Yeah.
80, 90 miles an hour right there. Storm surge is coming into Fort Myers, Pine Island, Punta Gorda. I just heard from Chris, Florida Tornado. He's down in Pine Island, and he says it's already under a couple feet of water out there. So it might end up being like a 10-foot surge down there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Team Dominator members. We do a lot of educational stuff if we ever get an off season. Yeah. We're just getting blasted right now.
Yeah.
We got Edgar back behind us, don't worry. High profile forest there is really giving
Rock
sway.
around.
You just feel it grabbed to the roof. We just need to shave that roof off.
Yeah.
I think. Shave it off right about here. Lean back.
Yeah.
Put a little Lexan up there.
Yeah, call it a day.
Some major winds here funneling. It's like about the Northern Lights chances.
Yeah. Yeah, there goes.
All right, everybody, we are going to head up 75, flash flood emergency, catastrophic tag, particularly dangerous situation. Take the sand out. disintegrate them. Boy, good work. Jeez. Did you post any too?
Yeah, it's been a good day so far.
They've been exploding on there too.
They're suppressing the hurricane stuff on TikTok though.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I wonder why.
You can see by your percentage going to the For You page on the post.
Really?
It's super low. It only does that when I do hurricane stuff. But I still got decent views, over 100,000 already.
All right, folks, we are still blasting northward. We are heading up toward Tampa, southwest of Orlando. Fondue, Orlando. Orlando. Rocketing through this Cat 3 hurricane headed northbound. Yeah, Winfield definitely expanded and probably brought the surge down a little bit further south. Venice down toward Fort Myers. We were just working that surge. Now we're headed back north on 75, 10 to 14 inches. Rain up there. Yeah, there's that flash flood emergency. Like, oh yeah, there it is. Another 4 hours.
They're trying to. Topic's trying to see if you want to stay at their Airbnb.
Wait, really?
Yeah, they got one. It's got one room unused with 2 single beds. If you want to actually board in. Dude, tell them yes. It's in where? Kissimmee, that's far. Kissimmee, where's Kissimmee? I mean, we can make it. Yeah, we're headed there anyway. We can make it. Hey, Mason! The man, the myth, the legend. Thanks, Mason. Love you, Mason. I told him that would be clutch. I told him we can split costs too, like whatever it is. Let's see. Isaac Carr, thank you for the super chat. All right, guys, we're basically going to be live all the way to Kissimmee then. And what do we do with Storm Runner though? We can't leave them. I think of that. I forgot about that. What do we do with Storm Runner? I mean, maybe they can crash in there too with us. Wow. There's 2 beds. 2 single beds. What do you say, single or queen? 2 single beds. St. Petersburg. I don't know where else they're gonna stay though. Where else are they gonna stay? We gotta think of them, man. Oh, power flash. Yeah, what the heck? Got another power flash, man. We're trying to figure out, chat, we're trying to figure out what our plans are gonna be here. Either way, it looks like we're gonna be live for a long time. Yeah. We'll be rolling. We'll be rolling for a long time here. Oh, that was a full-blown, like, just power out there for a second. I thought we were cooked. I thought so, too. This is the room. Oh, heck yeah. Dude, it's the Mickey. Oh, it's over there. To the left. To the left. We might be getting the Mickey Mouse room and Minnie Mouse. Wow.
Mickey and Minnie Mouse room.
Might not be too specific. People might be looking for. Oh, shoot, yeah. Never mind. We're going to Disney World, chat.
Yeah, we're going to Disney World. He said sorry laughing.
Another one.
Still flicking.
Hey, we're back. Tracy still is on battery. But Tracy knows Tampa really well because
I live there.
right.
Yeah.
So the flash flood emergency they're dealing with, or the Team Dominator's about to head to, they'll be back. Let me give you something to look at in the meantime. But sorry, tell us about Tampa's special case.
Yeah, I mean, Tampa, like a lot of cities, is a lot of impervious surface. So that means that the ground is covered with concrete, and a lot of the storm water is all through pipes. So you get a lot of flash flooding, a lot of peak flows, because the water runs really, really fast, all that concrete and through pipes. So that's why it's so prone to flash flooding. So they're going to the right place if you want to see a lot of water. You know, even though they didn't have surge there, the flooding is going to be a major problem. I mean, they flood. Sunny day flooding is an everyday or every tide occurrence, I should say, in Pinellas County, or parts of Pinellas County. So this is a serious situation. We're already getting the alerts on the phones for the flash floods throughout Pinellas County. And I'm sure the same thing is happening in Tampa because of all of that impervious area, and the amount of rainfall that they're getting right now is insane. It's over 100-year storm event.
This is an over, and how do you? I saw a good explanation on like how people come up with like this is a 1 in 1,000-year storm, or 1 in 30-year storm. Like, what's the logic behind that?
Well, it's based on historical data, so it's the likelihood that a storm of a certain amount of rainfall, inches of rainfall, will happen within a certain return period or time period. So, within a 100-year time period, this would be the high rainfall. Like this would happen once in 100 years.
Wow.
Yeah, but we know
crazy
that
couple weeks, man.
Yeah, you know that this obviously happens more often. So it's like people think that it's not going to happen for another 100 years, but that's not really how it works because it's based on historical data. So we're getting more 100-year storm events, or more storm events above that 10 or 12 inch mark within a 24-hour.
Keeping it on air right now.
Drone won't work in this wind.
Who's trying to do drone?
Like, oh, put the drone, sit in the drone. I don't know if there's people in there or not. I flashed my lights out. I mean, they're in knee-deep water, so if they were in there, they could get out. Somebody just turned the lights off.
Or it just went out. waves crashing.
There's no response. There's nobody in there.
The winds have died down. I could put my waders on and go out there.
There's nobody in it. Yeah, the battery's going dead and water's hitting it, going on off. Oh man, it's really bad down there. I gotta move. I'm swaying way too much. Alright, if you want me to do some interviews, I can now. Calm down. Pardon me.
Yeah, if they ask.
There's another street right over here. That's bad too. Full send.
Deep through here. Ooh.
The water's coming down. All right, let's get to Tampa.
You want to do more storm surge?
What's that?
No more storm surge?
I think the water's coming out here. The worst is going to be on the islands out there where we can't get to no more anyway. At least I don't think. Want to try? We can try. Let's go.
Let's go up to Sarasota. Try that.
Sarasota's going to be less of an issue.
We're going to what?
Go left here. Or right.
If you want to try to go to the beach, you can go to the right. Or left, I mean. To Nokomis Public Beach.
Let's go build a sand castle.
What do you need? I'll grab it.
I got it.
Oh, power line's down.
Hello. I can. Okay. No, I am in. Where are we? Nokomis.
Nokomis.
Nokomis. Nokomis.
There's the surge.
Hello. Hey, Elena. Yes. Yes. That was flying behind. What kind of debris was it? It was, yeah, buildings getting or like mobile homes getting ripped apart. Nokomis. It's going. I think it's slowly going down right now. Is that a Tesla?
Looks like it.
No, so far, I mean, it's been better than we could hope. But I mean, I'm scared to say, hey, we escaped the worst, because I remember a lot of people said that with Ian too, and then Fort Myers Beach the next morning was like, oh my god. So. Just south of Sarasota. Nope. That's where we were earlier. Yeah, the storm surge, it could have been a whole lot worse in this area. I don't want to say it's all clear by any stretch, but it does look like the water started to at least slowly come down. I'm scared to say, hey, you escaped the worst, because a very similar situation with Ian. Everybody thought, most places got away with it, and then the next morning the sun comes up and everybody sees Fort Myers Beach, and it was catastrophic. So hopefully there's no situations like that tomorrow, but a lot of the beaches and the keys around here are probably in rough shape. Those barrier beaches are definitely going to be taking, the brunt of the wave action, and the battering waves on top of the surge. That's what destroys so many buildings. But as far as the bay side and the inland side, it does appear to be better than expected. It doesn't mean a whole lot for the people who have 3 to 4 feet of water in their homes, though. Mostly I've been seeing about 3 to 4 feet. I try not to get into more than about 18 inches of water. I could go deeper, but it just starts getting too risky. But yeah, about 3 to 4 feet of water in homes and businesses. That's been about the max I've seen. But that's a little bit inland. That's not on the barrier islands. So and I haven't covered the whole coast. I've covered what I could get to. So there's areas in surge that can pile up a whole lot more, and we may be seeing some stuff on the backside of these bays that we're just not aware of yet. That could be drastically worse. So, but so far it looks like really escaped a lot, in at least this area. Yeah, still seeing some hurricane force winds. Really, it never really got more than about
with 37 miles. Might go again here in a second. This is gonna be out your window.
Oh, it keeps going right there, man.
Might be like a freaking
I don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah.
It's a million. It finally might be done.
That might have been the last flash.
We're all just doing that right now.
It's pretty crazy. Brian got it. Okay, good.
Wild wind west of Lakeland, Milton. Yeah, it's going crazy, Brian. It's crazy. He's probably just listening. Yeah. What's up, man? Just fighting through. Just trying to hold off the adrenaline crash as long as you can. Move over for emergency vehicles. Yeah, fair enough. Not a tornado, guys. A hurricane.
Yeah, guys, sorry. Those power flashes, man, they just get me excited. I know they're not good. I know that this means people are losing power, which obviously is a good thing, but they just get me going, seeing those power flashes.
Wow. Well, it's just crazy. Like the power, like the fact that thing's lighting up the whole freaking sky. It's crazy.
Wow, big.
Going up and down right there. Is there a bar? Fake news? Oh yeah. That was no, it's like a sad fake news. I've got Chewy in here. Shot. Get shot down my pot. Lemon pound cake or something. Oh no. I got some Chewy there. You want to get some Chewy on that? This is normal wind speed for Amarillo. Normal day at also. Yep. Normal day in Dumas. Oh yeah. We need you to get over to dumbass right now. That sign getting deleted over there on the left. Yep. there's not a single calm part of that eye wall.
No. Yeah, I think maybe the calm eye was on the northwest.
All right, I am just soaking water in my car. You hear bloop, bloop, bloop.
Our ground is so saturated and waterlogged that these winds are easily toppling over those palm trees or whatever else may be standing. You think of how soft the ground is with so much rain just dumped in our area. So right now, some rainfall estimates for you across Pasco and Hernando County. We listen to your phone calls. Don't worry. I know some of you have been asking about those rainfall totals. Dade City, just south of that, we're seeing 8 inches of rain. And these are just estimates from our particular radar here. Definitely could be higher amounts. I do believe that we have higher amounts in select spots. This is just a roundabout way just to look at what we have across different counties. 7 to 8 inches generally across Pasco and Hernando County. And then moving down into Pinellas and Hillsborough County, much, much higher totals here. You see that highlighted in that yellow contour where we're seeing anywhere from 10 to 14 inches, depending where we are. And again, these are just estimates from our in-house model, but we know for sure some of our gauges picking up on a substantial amount of rain. And that's why they issued that flash flood emergency. 16 inches of rain at Albert Whitted Airport, but that was about an hour ago that we got that reading. So much more rain than that. And that was dumped in a short period of time. And that's what flash flooding is all about, right? We have a lot of rain come down in a short period of time. And after a major rainfall event like this, you can still get flooding hours after. You can get flooding 6 hours after a main rainfall event because there's nowhere for all of that water to go. All of that water in those smaller local areas, the creeks, the streams, the ponds, the rivers, they're just swelled up and they have nowhere to go. So that's what happens. We have that flash flooding that can extend for periods of time. And that's why we have a flash flood warning that's going until 2:30, that flash flood emergency, they tagged it as for Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas County. And then we actually had another one that was issued for Hillsborough, Pasco, Polk, and Sumter counties, and that goes until 4 a.m. So the same counties are covered, just kind of different areas. They extended it a little bit just as we have that change up of the storm. The storm continues to move eastward. Hurricane Milton, and of course the impacts will change as well as the storm kind of makes its journey there. So right now I kind of clicked around here. We did have precip rates coming down about 2 inches an hour over in Polk County. So I do believe that we still have that in some areas, starting to lighten up in other areas. But again, it all depends where we're getting that spin. Right now it looks like the heaviest rain currently moving through Polk County. And again, there's that flash flood warning that's popping up. And a lot of those areas tagged under that flash flooding emergency because you can just have a ton of water rush down to a location after being dumped on like this. So Just keep that in mind that although you may not see flooding, right, it's wet everywhere, right? But hours later, that's what we have to emphasize, that you can still have flooding hours after a big rainfall event. Wind gusts are also something to talk about. Pretty impressive gusts here. We had gusts at 101 in St. Petersburg, Sarasota at 102, and Brooksville, I did reach out to Hannah Deneen, and you saw her out there live. And yeah, they had that 75-mile-per-hour gust. Now, recently when I checked, they were back down to the 50s for those gusts. But again, it just depends how the wind blows, and we will have some gusts that are still pretty high in the triple digits in spots. So here's those high wind reports. Again, this was updated at 9 p.m. and it's an ever-changing event, right? So as soon as we get the information, we deliver it to you. Definitely a storm that we keep saying is impacting from coast to coast. Here's a recap of that landfall in case you missed that event. Siesta Key is where that made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. Had winds at 120 miles per hour and the time was around 8:30. Look at the radar here. Again, you can see how the rain is taking up really the entire northern slice of the peninsula here. And that flash flood warning highlighted in the maroon going way beyond our viewing area, going to where Chris Hurst is currently placed over in Orlando. And they're starting to see those rainfall rates become a little bit heavier as well. Siesta Key tides, I guess we'll talk about this because we have it up. As far as the tides go, we still are approaching high tide. That's another concern, right? We have higher water that's on the way for Siesta Key where we had landfall, and that's around 3:30 tomorrow morning. I'm not going to go into local impacts here because, again, our impacts are changing as the storm progresses and continues its journey out to the east. But we are going to have another update for you with Chris Vickers in a little bit, and I hope you stay tuned for that.
All right, Colleen, thank you so much. And, you know, I know you want to know what's happening in your neighborhoods, what's happening around our community. We do have Evan Klosky, who is live, who is in downtown Tampa. He's joining us live by phone. Evan, what's the power situation in downtown Tampa and what are you seeing? Evan, can you hear us? I know we've had some difficulty here and there. Can you hear us? I'm wondering, Evan Klosky joining us by phone. Evan, what are you seeing and is there power in downtown Tampa?
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you. I have you, Evan. Can you hear me? All right. I'm sorry, we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you over air, but we'll come back to you, Evan. We'll work on to fix that and then come back to you. Evan says they do have power in downtown Tampa. If you're just now joining us, it's 11 o'clock almost here on 10 Tampa Bay, and a lot has happened since 8:30 p.m. when Hurricane Milton made landfall on Siesta Key as a Category 3 storm.
Yeah, 3 things to know right here. Milton made landfall at 120 miles an hour. More than 1 million customers are without power in the state of Florida right now. They're working to restore that. And amazingly, some of the self-restoration, self-healing technology has helped with that. Northeast and Southwest sewer plants in St. Peter shut down. They did that proactively to make sure that there was not saltwater incursion into the control panel. But that was done there. And they don't know, they have not given us a time yet when that could be back on. Normally, it takes a little while for that process to occur. So we're going to have to wait for word for them before you can start using your toilets. The problem is use your toilets in those areas that are handled by Northeast and Southwest sewer plants. Use your toilets and sewage water could come up into your home.
And if this is maybe the first hurricane that you've been through, there are some things that you want to keep in mind because we're losing power, because pipes may have been broken. You don't know the situation. You really want to limit your water use anyway as we start to come through Hurricane Milton here. Duke Energy says that they have about 500,000, 500,000 customers without power at this moment. Florida Power and Light, more than 353,000, and TECO, almost 250,000 without power. And they are working to restore them, as you said, Dave, that self-healing technology in some cases. They're working to restore them as quickly as they're going off. But again, it's a numbers game.
It is whack-a-mole, really, for them right now. Here's a number to call. This is the latest county-by-county emergency information. You can text HOME to 727-577-8969. 8522, 727-577-8522. Just text the word home to that. There is information county by county. We'll keep updating this information with power, water damage, and other critical emergency information.
And, we have crews that are stationed really in all of our counties, but they are locked down because we want to make sure that they are safe. So we're bringing you what we can bring you from where we can in your county. So please understand that this is the time lapse that you're seeing right here of landfall. This is Sarasota and Siesta Key, that landfall point. This is the first we're seeing this.
Yeah, this is, and this is probably, given that sunset occurred, this is probably a little bit before that, I would imagine, just given the skies there, right there. But you can see just how powerful it was coming across the skyline of Sarasota. That is such a beautiful city in our area, and you worry about the damage. So it's, coming off the beaches there and into downtown Sarasota.
Until you imagine that camera probably went offline for us.
Sure, and a lot of cameras. I've been checking my home cameras, and it's frustrating because it's either internet down,
and I've just held my breath.
Yeah, since. And it's a mystery as to what's going on there at home, and it's frustrating. I know it is. We feel your pain, we really do, and we're kind of going through that ourselves here as well. Trying to keep it all together, trying not to be too worried about what holds when we get home.
Yeah, but we can hear what's happening outside, and we do have a live camera right outside of where we are. Like many of you, we evacuate as well. Our stations are on Gandy Boulevard. And so when Zone A in Pinellas County evacuates, that means that our entire team, we pick up together and we move here. So just behind a door in front of us, we have our producers and we have our directors and managers and everybody. We're all here helping you get through this, and you can see what's happening outside of where we are right here on Hillsborough Avenue.
Right, and we're close to the Hard Rock here, and we weren't gambling on being staying in evacuation zone A. We decided to
we weren't gambling.
Yeah, we just decided to play the best odds we could and come over this way, to use a few analogies there poorly.
And like many of you, when looking just on Saturday, trying to find any hotel, I said, well, maybe the Hard Rock, which were nearby, has a hotel room.
And a lot of people had the same idea,
yes,
didn't they?
They did. They did. And they lucked out.
Yeah. Evan Klosky is on the phone. Evan, we've had some difficulty getting you through technology there. You are in downtown Tampa, correct? Inside your hotel room. I take the hotel room that we mentioned with the golden chairs there, the beautiful golden chairs.
Beautiful hotel floor.
Yeah, right. Impressive place. How are things looking outside your hotel room right now?
Yeah, the digs in the hotel room are way different than what I was showing you before, so I've downgraded there. But as far as the power situation goes, we're still good here. And I'm looking downtown Tampa, and I'm seeing the city still lit up, the Tampa sign still working. So from that perspective, I think we got power, which is a good thing. And I do want to also mention that because the wind has been so strong, I mean, it is howling down here. And these palm trees, they are pretty, but they are gritty because they are staying firm, at least from where I am. I'm sure once we get out of the hotel and we start canvassing the area tomorrow, we're going to see a lot of debris and a lot of things that were flying, streetlights down, all that stuff. But as far as what I can see, there's not a lot of pooling of water in the downtown streets. And that's because the wind is whipping this rain all the way to the bay, down by Amalie Arena, down by AMSO, all that stuff. It is taking that rain and it is flying. So where it's going to land, where it's going to end up, where it's going to pool, I'm not 100% sure. But at least from that perspective, I don't see some of that. I'm looking at the Crest building. There's a gaping hole there where we took a live shot out there earlier today. We were kind of showing you some of it was getting a little bit loose, and there was a gate that was locked up. That gate flew open at some point. So there is a hole right there, and I can see that from my hotel room. But as far as the big picture is of what I can see, I haven't seen too much debris flying out there, though I'll hear some things in the distance kind of clunking down the street. So I know that some of it's happening, but some of the street lights are still working as well, which is, again, is good news.
The other people that were able to, also snag a hotel room where you've been able to talk with some of them. Now that Milton has made landfall, what have you heard from people? I know they were downstairs.
Yeah, I was talking with a lovely couple that lived on Davis Island. They've been here a long time, and relief was the word. And I've heard both of you talk tonight about just how we all are talking about the overall sense of with our thoughts kind of the south of us in the Sarasota area and what they're going through. But for them on Davis Island, this couple was mentioning to me just, for them, there's a difference between all that salt water coming into their homes and having to completely gut it versus dealing with the rainfall and what that's going to bring. And that is a huge relief for them. Also talked with a lovely family out from Tarpon Springs. And they take an abundance of caution, and they were hoping that they haven't had to deal with issues in the past with hurricanes. They've been lucky in that regard, but they always make sure that they evacuate where they can and get out of harm's way. And of course, for them, being this go a little bit south was a relief for them. But yeah, I mean, overall, just everyone kind of hunkering down, everyone having the same kind of conversations of how they got here, how they can hope they can return back home and remember, see the home that they remember when they left, and overall just us kind of tracking where this thing was going to make landfall, because for a lot of us, up until those final minutes there, we just didn't quite know if that eye wall was going to come towards us and bring the absolute worst in terms of surge, or if it was going to go a little bit south.
Yeah, there are so many people who've tried to find hotel rooms. I'm wondering, Evan, where did people come from? I know some of the lucky ones probably came from close by, but others, I would imagine, were just scrambling and may have come from, Point South or wherever.
Yeah, I mean, Tarpon Springs, Davis Island. I also have seen some late additions here, and I didn't get exactly where they're coming from. I know someone right before the storm got really bad came in with her dog and her cat. And she said she took about an hour Uber to get here. It was dumping rain. We were helping hold the door and grab some stuff from the car while she was getting in. But the hotel is, tried to be as accommodating as possible to some of these last minute accommodations. And I'm sure this isn't the only one. I'm sure that's been happening all around the area. Again, we're in evacuation zone C, so we are out of harm's way, of course, of what that surge would have been if we had the worst case scenario here. But of course, it's kind of just been a filtration of people going in the hotel, and ultimately just kind of, honestly, when you go downstairs and everyone eating dinner there, at least before 8:30, before all the elevators shut down here, it was a pretty normal night. It was just kind of us gammoning together and enjoying food and conversation, and
Evan,
beyond that, just everyone just kind of going upstairs.
As you're talking, just within the last hour, within the last 30 minutes, really, we have video that did come in from Davis Islands, from some individuals who are still on the islands right now. And there is about 4 feet of water that's on Davis Island. So while it's not the amount that we anticipated, and we were just, that catastrophic number, there's still water out there. I just wanted you to know, as you're talking, what you're seeing here on the screen as well.
Yeah, that's much appreciated. And considering, and I think at least just with those conversations, because I think for the most part, we all understand that there's going to be some water, right? Especially if you live on Davis Island, they're going to have some damage there. There's ultimately the damage that they're going to come home to find, and what that worst case scenario was going to be, which could have been really devastating for those homes. And I was on Davis Island all of yesterday, and the devastation there in the main part of town off of Davis Boulevard, and the amount of debris. And that's the other part of the story that eventually we'll get to, down the road, about where this debris has been landing and where is it going. We haven't been able to really canvass any of our area. We can only see so much because the storm has been so strong, the winds have been so strong. But there's going to be I guarantee you, a bunch of that debris went flying into places it should not have been going, whether that was homes, whether that's going to be floating in our waters. So, it's one of those things where, sure, you didn't get the worst case scenario as far as Tampa, St. Pete, and Davis Island, and what I'm talking about here in the area that I'm stationed. but there's still going to be damage, and there's still a lot to talk about what we're going to have to do, and just being here, listening to the wind. I can only imagine. See, I'm in the middle of downtown, and these are some sturdy structures, right? They're built for this. We aren't in the communities yet where their roofs. I can only imagine dealing with 100-mile-per-hour winds. These things, it is crazy out here. I can't even describe properly what the wind has been like from my window. It is just whipping across the city.
And, you know, Evan, you're right. We are witnessing history, and homes that are historic are now going through a storm that will make history. And I appreciate, Evan, you know, sharing that, describing that. As a homeowner in South Tampa, I am nervous about those winds and what that means for a home that was built in 1946. And so I share that concern with so many of you, but I'm glad that we're able to tell people, here's what's happening, so that you have kind of, you brace yourself a little.
So we're just gonna wait here and see what it needs.
Gotcha.
Oh gosh, dang it! And good thing is we're not too far away from where we're trying to go. So yeah, we're still sitting pretty good here. And Brandon is right behind us. So somehow he got his car all the way over there. So I guess it turned on, and then it must have, like, you know, I don't even know. Of course, you got to look out.
Stop keeping water that side at 33. I'll mark a 33 sign. Pretty deep.
An example of how bad the flooding is here. This is a flash flood emergency, guys. In fact, it's still kind of a side, but there's the flooding right there. Pretty deep. Wow, wind is just
still ripping.
Wow. Yeah, Mom, my phone battery is low. Let me plug it in. Okay. We're good, guys. We're
fine. We're
it's just Brandon that we gotta.
We're gonna make sure Brandon gets out of here okay.
Yeah. One of us got stuck. Brandon will do everything he can to help us out.
We'll do the same for him. He's right behind us, guys. We're just waiting to let us know if he can start. If we'll reverse back to him if he can't. the meantime, sit back and enjoy the eye wall, which is still absolutely pounding us.
It is definitely. It is just, gosh, this eye wall is just. That's also crazy, bro. It's freaking crazy, bro. What? We are gonna get him and get out if he can't get it started.
Guys, I'm not calling Kopic to tell him anything. Kopic knows 10 times more about getting stalled out in cars than I do.
Yeah, Kopic makes me look dumb.
Kopic knows all about that shit. So whatever advice you're giving me to tell him, he already knows. 90% sure.
Guarantee you he knows more than 95% of everybody that's asking.
Saying what I should do.
Exactly. This is the guy behind us who was handing out Starlinks, donations, diapers, all that kind of stuff for the victims of Helene up in North Carolina. He was working his tail off up there. So
he's a good guy. He helps everyone out. We're gonna stay and help him out.
This is like the least we can do.
Yeah, we're gonna see what he can do with this car there. If he can get a roll again, and then whatever he wants us to do to help, we'll help him out.
Show him some love, guys, too. Brandon's just an awesome guy. See, Daniel, thanks for becoming a Storm Chaser there. Denisa, thanks for the super chat there as well. Oh, he's calling me back. Okay. Yo. What? Gone? Oh, man. Try to call me, and then now I can't. Hey, there you are. Okay, so you think Vince might be able to, you guys want me to get it going? Okay. I gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, what do you think we should do then? Okay, yeah, we'll stay.
Sounds like a good time to wait here and argue with people on Twitter.
I got you, man. Yeah, we'll stay by and just make sure everything's good, and then hopefully you and Vince can get that thing going. So okay. Yeah, no problem. So, all right, well, okay, I appreciate you, man. All right, well, okay, well, we'll talk later, bro. Yep. All right, bro.
What's going on?
So he still thinks he's going to be able to get it started, but it's just going to take a while. Vince is, I think Vince is coming up to help with it because he thinks the spark plugs are wet. So, he said he'd appreciate it if we stayed nearby. He said we could go up to the next exit though, and just go up there and do things, and then we could just come back if we need him or if he needs us or something.
You said go up to the next exit.
We said we can. He said just stay like nearby. Is what he said. So, Which I guess that's just up to us. That or not. So it's a deal.
Hey, copy. I'm gonna go to the next exit. Where's the next exit? Can I get off this highway?
I think it's further out.
Copy just wants us to stay in the area, he said, just because Vince is coming to help him start it.
Okay.
So I guess that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pull forward out of the floodwaters entirely.
All
right. But yeah, we're calling it back. Copy. Okay.
Yo,
hold
on. We can back up. Yeah, we just started rolling, but we're not far.
What's going on?
Okay. Yeah, we could come back and do that. So, okay, yeah, we'll be back in just a second. Okay, see you in a bit. Okay. You need somebody to turn the key while he's like doing something, I guess. So
sounds like a job for Freddie McKinney.
I mean, I'm down. We could even just turn around.
Yeah. Okay. So
that way, but now we gotta tell him what's going on again. Gosh.
Okay. Now we're turning around because he needs us to do something while he does something else. So I'm literally just pulling a U-turn on the highway and driving back towards him.
Okay.
So
you guys can just do whatever.
Yeah, about the hotel in Orlando. I literally.
Hello. Lordy be. Where am I? There we go. Hello all. I'm sorry. See, I can't even get my times right when I do get them right. Welcome. Oh, God. So I'm so glad you're all right, UDHEHF. That's awesome. Awesome. Did you send me an email and I can send you the link? I haven't even checked my phone. I've been trying to find. I don't know if I can send you the link on here. Hang on 1 second. I've been trying to find the local weather bureau of meteorology just to find a good satellite image, and I haven't been able to do it. I've been sitting here for an hour trying to find it, but let me see if I can link you. Friendly comment. No, but I can add you as a moderator and then I can invite you in from there. There you go. From StreamYard, you can just post the link in chat. Yeah, but then everybody can get that. I've added you as a mod. And so I will. I'll bugger it. Look, I'll just copy it. Invite. Here we go. I can delete it. Copy. Paste. There you go. A good link for weather on. Oh, sweet. Okay. I just don't have. I've got Discord on my phone because I find that Discord. Oh, I've got two of the same things running. It takes up a lot of my CPU, which is shit. It's absolutely, Jesus Christ, look at that. It's very warm over here today. But that's the link. Yes, I think so, Christine. Oh, yes. Has it not passed you yet, UDHEHF. I thought you said it had. Oh. Oh. Hello, stranger.
Hey, one moment. I'm trying to get the.
Lord. Is that rain?
Oh, yes, I hear you.
What would you prefer me to call you?
Oh, hey, Jody. I can hear you now. I wasn't able to hear you before. Yeah, my name is UDHEHF, also known as Brian. Is my actual name. I'm out
Turn your
here
mic up.
by the lake. Yeah. If it's too quiet, I can go inside. If that'll be easier.
I can barely hear you, Dylan.
All right.
Let me
Is it any
make this
better?
screen
I
bigger.
mean, the thing is, it's quite windy out, and I think that's what the
Dylan.
problem is.
I wonder why.
Fair.
For all of you, this is UDHEHF. UDHEHF is in West Palm Beach in Florida as we speak.
So what I'm gonna do?
I can't even see you on the camera either. You're very faint. Are you in a hoodie? I'm losing you. No doubt. He's got crap service down there with this hurricane, unfortunately.
How's the audio now? Is it any better?
Oh, that's better.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just sheltering behind a wall here. So basically, I'm standing outside of my neighborhood at our neighborhood lake. I was just doing a little fishing.
Is it all black down there? Like no power?
No. We have power.
Oh, now I can just see you.
See the street light. Let me get somewhere where you can actually meet, because I was gonna maybe do the stream from the lake, but it appears that
it was short notice. I apologize.
well, it's on me. I knew you were starting at 11, but I didn't know how bad audio would be, with the wind
Right,
and
well,
everything. So
what time is it over there now? Trying to work. I'm trying to get it so that I can see you the best way. It's frozen, I think. That's the best I can do. Okay. Are you still here, Kelly? Happy birthday for tomorrow. And happy birthday for yesterday, Elizabeth. There he is. Yay. Hello.
Hey.
Hello. It's lovely
So
to
good
put
to
a
see
name to
you.
a face. How are you?
Yeah, I am doing well. I decided to ditch the first idea of streaming by the lake. Well, I had a couple of lines set up over there. I seen a little freshwater fishing, and I wanted to show you guys the wind and stuff. But
fishing, you were fine.
yeah, no, I really did do that.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So it's been an interesting day. What this day is going to go down in history for me. I'm never going to forget it. I thought it was going to be just another boring hurricane. No, not today.
This one's like record breaking, apparently.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I haven't been watching much of the news. I don't really know. I haven't checked the radar in quite a while.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been, so I exhausted myself tracking the storm and stuff earlier. So the last
Did you have any damage to your house? Are you okay?
oh no, yeah. So current conditions right now are breezy. Actually, I would say at least like gale force winds, probably a little bit of tropical storm force
Are you in
winds
the
coming
eye or
in.
is it past you?
Let me see.
It's clicked off to go onto the radar. Because everything that I can see on my little, I spy with my little eye, I'm sharing the wrong screen. Yeah, it's still, has it gone past you?
No.
No, you're in the eye, aren't you?
When I lose my good audio, I'm not sure what's up with that. Let me try this one more time, Jody. I'm so sorry. I don't stream often. I don't know if you can tell. It's not a very common endeavor for me.
That's better. Keep
You're
talking.
back in, yeah, you're
That's
back
better.
in my ears now. Okay, good. So the hurricane is on the west coast. It's just starting to move inland. So what happened here that was so different and that we really weren't expecting is those outer bands.
The tornadoes.
Yeah, it really brought in a bunch of tornadoes.
As
And
soon
they
as I
were,
dropped offline, wasn't it? Earlier.
yes, yeah. So as soon as you dropped your last stream, is almost the same time I left work. And at that time I was in Okeechobee. I went to Lake Okeechobee for about 20 minutes. I was just going to fish for a few minutes before.
Let's have a fish after work. You know, there's only a Cat 5 hurricane coming.
Well, and I heard there was a tornado out there, but I was like, I'm telling you, this happens all the time. They say there's tornadoes, blah, blah, blah. It never turns into anything.
Popped up little cells, I think, wasn't it? It was about 8 or 9 of them.
Yeah, well, there was 20 reported tornadoes. At least, I think 15 of them were confirmed. And one of them I saw, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say I saw it. I was there for it. So I did see what it did, which wasn't much for us, thankfully. But then there was others.
So you've seen tornadoes before?
So I lived in Texas as a child. I experienced a lot more tornadoes then, but I moved to Florida when I was 6. So we don't really get tornadoes like this here. When we do get them, they're very small and they're like weak. But these are not weak. These were a complete surprise. So
wow.
I went to my girlfriend's house right after work, after fishing, and we got the tornado warnings, and then we heard a tornado. It was the loudest thing that I've ever heard regarding like storms and stuff. It's just like everything you ever hear about tornadoes, it was that. Like, I don't want to just be like cliche, but it sounds like freight train, like it sounded like a tornado. So we sheltered in place and then it was gone about 10 minutes later. And there really wasn't any damage that we could see. But then I went and got on the highway. I went to West Palm Beach and there were down trees and stuff along the highway. Then I started hearing about major destruction in certain areas. So I started kind of like panicking a little. I wanted to go back up and make sure that they were okay up north. So I hopped back on the highway and there were at least 3, if not 5 or 6. I mean, there was many semi 18-wheelers scattered on the highway.
Shit.
And it was the area that I had just driven going south. I'm going back north and I see these trucks that are like So there
over
was
time.
clearly a tornado that went across the highway.
And you just missed it.
Just missed it. Yeah. It was nerve-wracking to say the least. And then I got to Port St. Lucie where my girl lives.
They're okay?
They're okay. Yep, no problems.
Good.
The City of Port St. Lucie police station, I think it was, got like obliterated. And then some houses in Wellington got very badly damaged, and there was like people trapped in the debris and stuff. It was like really, really bad. But right around 6:30 p.m., the tornadoes all were gone. It turned into like clear skies. It was really strange. And so I came back down here, and it's just been getting increasingly windy and really not a lot of rain, just kind of windy ever since then. And it's been really like I haven't caught any fish, but it's been good fishing in the sense that it's a very nice, peaceful night. And
Yeah, it doesn't look like it on the, like this is the satellite image I've got, and it doesn't look like it's peaceful. Not at all. Oh.
That top, I want to say like the northeast corner
So
has everything, all those storms.
You're down here.
Yeah.
Somewhere. All right. We've gone too far? No. There you are. So you're in here somewhere.
Somewhere over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got clouds, we've got wind, but the hurricane was never really what concerned me. I didn't anticipate these tornadoes. That's going to be the thing that people remember about this storm.
Yeah.
It's not something you
So
typically see.
what's the difference? The tornadoes are smaller, or?
So the tornadoes are very small compared to the hurricane.
Yeah.
They're sometimes, like in the Midwest and in Texas and in Oklahoma, they could be like a mile wide. In Florida, well, and then sometimes the tornadoes there too are really narrow. I mean, they're like, I don't know, 500 meters or something like that across. Like
But they're more destructive.
they're very, very fast. And yeah, they move quickly and they sneak up on you very quickly, and then they're gone. But they leave
So
like
no
a wake
warning,
of
just
destruction.
bang.
Yeah. So they're way more dangerous in the sense that they're very violent, and I don't really get too nervous about most of these hurricanes, but when that happened,
How many have you
not me
been
personally.
through?
Oh man, I've been doing them since I think the first one was Bertha, and that was in 1999. So I've been doing them since then.
25 years
Many.
ago.
Yeah, many of them. Yeah, a lot of them.
Bloody hell. Oh, so do you provide like community support and stuff, do you, or
So
when you
I
say
work.
doing tornadoes?
What?
You said I've been doing tornadoes.
Oh, no, I've been in the hurricanes since
okay.
no. So I was a little kid when my first one in 1999. It was only like
Yeah,
7.
I was going to say my daughter was born in 98, so that's how I knew it was 25 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the details. Yeah, but I was pretty little. But no, nowadays I actually work for an agency here, and we do emergency operation center work. But they haven't called me in this time around because I don't think they're going to need me for whatever reason. But
So are you trained in emergency response and stuff over there, or?
so I'm not like an EMT or anything.
No.
But so my actual job, which I only do during these things, so I rarely ever do it, but it's a liaison. So I just write reports from one county and give them to the other counties, essentially.
About weather and stuff, or like about?
Yeah, so what'll go in that report is, are there power outages?
Okay, yeah.
Is there flooding? Is there debris blocking the canals? Down here in South Florida, we have, I forget, I couldn't give you the number, I'd mess it up, but many, many hundreds of miles of canals, locks, dikes, levees, and that's what,
Bridges.
yeah, bridges, yeah. So it keeps us from being underwater because South Florida is one giant wetland. And the only reason we
Yeah.
have houses here is because we redirect all that water. But, you know, if the infrastructure gets damaged, theoretically, it goes back underwater, you know, just like what happened in Katrina. So,
Bloody hell.
yep. But
My,
from what I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
Well, I was just going to say, you know, like I said, I haven't been watching the news, so I can't speak to what's happening on the west coast of Florida. On the East Coast, we did have damage with the tornadoes. I mean, to me, it looked like there could have been fatalities based on how bad it
Oh,
was.
really?
I know that there were people trapped in debris in Wellington. I've heard some really crazy things. Like I heard that there was a car that got projectiled into a house. I haven't confirmed that, but and then I saw the semi trucks that had been flipped over.
Yeah.
I mean,
The
but
drivers were okay?
I have no idea. I don't know. I was driving by them, but as far as the actual hurricane, we haven't really had a lot of damage, you know. So I think that
What
might,
about Tampa?
that's the thing. I don't know what they've been going through, or it might be a totally different situation over there. They might have serious damage.
How long does it take to drive from where you are to Tampa?
To Tampa is about 3 hours, maybe 3.5.
So there's a fair bit of distance that should calm it down by the time it hits you. Is that what I mean? Is that what
Yeah. So as far as the winds,
Isn't it
it
slow when it
definitely,
hits landfall?
yeah. So it usually breaks up pretty quick. Although this one is supposed to remain hurricane strength all the way until it gets to the other side of the coast. But you know, a category 1, like all the buildings here are built for it for the most part, unless you're in a mobile
They'd
home or
have to,
something.
wouldn't they? They'd have to have those
Yeah.
provisions in place for building permits and shit. It'd have to be.
Yeah.
I was watching Lawyer, you know, earlier, and he's chosen to stay down there as well. And he said his house is built for this. He said it's the safest place I can be.
Yeah. The worst
They
mistake
apparently tried to evacuate last time, and they got stuck on the side of the road and nearly got blown away. So he said, not again.
Yes, I remember something a few years back. I think it was Hurricane Irma, maybe. But it was scheduled to hit the east coast of Florida as a pretty strong hurricane. And it ended up, a lot of folks evacuated to the west coast. And then it changed course and hit the west coast dead on. And all those people were on the road, so they're even worse shape than if you were in your own place. So, of course, you should listen to every single evacuation order, you know, the guidance from the officials, but
They can't
sometimes
force you to leave. No.
yeah, I don't blame folks for being hesitant to evacuate. I mean, I feel it myself. I've only evacuated maybe once, but you should certainly listen to local government because they're gonna.
Oh,
at
the
least
way they
be
were
doing their
making it out
best.
was like, yeah, if you don't leave, that's it. They were the news we were getting over here. Last night when I spoke to my housemate was like they're telling people to put permanent marker on their arms and with their name and their phone number so that they could be identified. That's what we were hearing.
Yeah,
How ridiculous.
I mean, that's honestly, I think that they say things like that to kind of like make it come home to you, like how important it is, like, or how likely you are to perish. But, you know,
I suppose if you've lived in Florida and you've experienced it before, and you're prepared for it.
Well, that's what people say, but the thing is, you're never really experienced in something like this. These
Yeah, I
storms,
suppose.
they really only happen maybe 3 times in your lifetime. Are you really going to experience something as powerful as these storms? I mean, you can go through many of them and they'll graze you, or they'll be a little weaker than they were forecasted or whatever.
Yep.
And it builds up like a false confidence. Like
Yep.
this one in particular, I mean, nobody thought
There you
these
go. That's
tornadoes were
Tampa.
a
Can you
thing.
see that on the screen?
Oh, yeah. Let me see.
That's right now.
Yeah, it's pretty windy.
That's
Yeah,
Daytona there. But Tampa was flooded.
palm trees, have a tendency to be a little over
You
dramatic.
got palm trees? Lucky they're bendy.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's interesting because palm trees, they get blown a lot. They're always going like this, but they're so flexible that they really don't fall down. They're the ones
No.
that are standing
No,
at
it's the
the end of the
coconuts
day.
that get you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I've been to Fiji, I know.
Yeah.
Actually, I went to Fiji when they had the tsunami warning. That was scary.
Oh, yeah.
That was
See,
scary.
that type of
They had a
thing, that's
hurricane there too. So we just bunkered down in a pub. As you
see,
do.
it's a great bonding experience.
It
Just
was
now,
actually, yeah. It was
when
the
I
owners
was,
of the pub and half a dozen patrons, and yeah, I've
oh,
got some
that's
shocking
lovely.
photos.
Oh,
Yeah,
the photos to
yeah,
prove it. We have to
yeah.
get an album going.
The
Yeah.
after ones are a bit fuzzy though.
When I was up there with my girlfriend, it was just me, her, and her dad was in the living room watching
At her
TV.
place.
At her place, yeah. And we all ended up huddling in her laundry room, which I felt like it was a good bonding experience.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah,
So that was the worst you've ever had? The tornado?
nah, I mean, that was, I think I've heard a tornado when I was kind of a little bit too little to remember it, but certainly haven't heard one in a while. And
So the noise is ridiculous, is it?
it was unmistakable. Like when you hear it, you know exactly what's going on.
And how long did it last for?
The actual like sound of the tornado, it had to have been less than 5 minutes and maybe even less than 3 minutes. But the tornado warnings, at one point, the area we were in had 10 different tornado warnings over
Do they
the
have like
same
the
area.
aerial, the outdoor warnings? Is that what you mean, or does it come up with an alert
Oh,
on your phone?
you mean like the sirens?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear anything like that. I know that we have sirens for nuclear stuff, like near the nuclear plant. There's sirens
Yep.
everywhere.
So how do you
And
get your
those
warnings
are
via your mobile?
the phone starts ringing, and we had a pretty good stream. I was gonna try to send you the link. I don't know if these guys are still live, but it's called Ryan Hall. That's the stream that I usually watch during these things, and
Was he the
they
one
do
I
a
had on
pretty.
earlier?
I believe that was somebody else. That was
Ryan Hall.
yeah, hmm
And he's on YouTube, yeah?
yeah, on YouTube, yeah, and they have
Yeah,
a
I've been
couple of
trying to find him.
meteorologists.
That's what I want. I wanted some good satellite images.
Mhm.
There he is. Ryan Hall, y'all.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, he's pretty good actually.
Subscribe.
Does a good job. Streams usually through the whole storm. I don't know if he's still live right now, but
I'll have a look. I don't think. No, he hasn't. He's not. He stopped 42 minutes ago.
oh well. And it can't be trusted if you're giving up halfway through the storm. But
Well, maybe
I'm
it's
pretty sure.
over. Maybe
Well,
it's
I
past.
mean, if you look at it, it's
Oh. Oh, sorry. Got a phone call coming in. And stupid me connected my phone to my computer. Where'd you go? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Ah,
Sorry,
good.
I had a flight come in.
Oh, it's okay. I was trying to figure out if it was possible to share my screen with you. I
Yes, you
wanted
can.
to,
You should be able to. I made you I made you a moderator, so you can just
yeah.
put the link in chat,
Okay.
and I'll open it. Or you can go
Oh,
into
yeah.
share screen at the bottom, and it will come up on my thing, and I'll share it for you.
Gotcha. Let's see how I can do this. I'm on my cell phone, so that's what makes it all difficult.
Yeah, I know.
It's like every time I exit out of like the screen, it kind of
It
all
drops you
goes
out.
away. Yeah, I don't think you can hear me when I'm doing it. But no, the storm is about halfway across the state right now.
So you reckon you're in the eye?
Not exactly, no. I don't think I'm going to get the eye. I think it's going to be pretty far north of me.
Oh, so you'll catch the outskirts of the bottom of it, you reckon?
Yeah.
I hope
But
that's
it's
not too nasty.
well, it's never really been a huge concern for me because yeah, we will get the winds. We got good winds going, but we're not going to get storm surge. It's not really in the right spot for that. If we were coming in from the other direction, maybe, but we're not going to get. Actually, the rain has been way less than what they were initially. One thing about this hurricane that's totally unique is everything about it so far has been completely a surprise to the meteorologists. First, if you asked them a week ago, it was going to be a tropical depression that dumped a lot of rain on us. And then I remember on Saturday morning, I went to the grocery store. I bought some water. There was no issue buying water. I mean,
No
nobody
shortages,
thought.
no one stocking up on everything, no one
Right, yeah.
bulk buying.
The
Really?
following day, total emergency situation. All the water's gone, all the gas is gone, because suddenly it went from being a depression to, oh, it's going to hit you as a major hurricane,
Yep,
And
on
then,
top of Helene.
right, yeah.
Did
Oh,
they
another
manage to get
thing,
all the debris picked up or not?
exactly. There's debris still from
Yeah,
Helene all over, especially in the Tampa area. And
because I know they were scrambling to try and get rid of it before it hit, but
yes. Helene had over 200 deaths. It was the worst hurricane, I believe, since Katrina. And it really
really?
just brings it home.
Well, they were saying this was worse.
I don't know if it is or not, but the thing that made Katrina so dangerous it wasn't that it was such a strong hurricane, although it was a huge hurricane. But the area that it hit in New Orleans is below sea level. The only reason it's
The
dry
surge.
and has houses is it has a big levee that holds the water back. So when Katrina hit, the water first overtopped the levee and then went on to break the levee. And so it really flooded the place.
They were
And
predicting a 15-foot tsunami with this, apparently.
yeah. And they adjusted it a little bit right before it made landfall, but either way, yeah, that storm surge is what really takes a lot of lives on the coast. It's when you got water up to your roof, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Absolutely.
And I couldn't believe it that people were not evacuating out of that particular area. It's like,
Because it's too late now, isn't it? You're in more danger if you're on the road.
There was a point where we got an alert on our phones that said, do not travel if you're in these areas. It's no longer safe to try to evacuate. You need to shelter wherever you are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hunker down.
So
I'm so surprised you've still got power and internet.
yeah, I was a little surprised actually, even when the tornado went by the girlfriend's house.
Was there any
Power
damage to
did.
their home at all?
The only thing was the lanai little screened-in porch had like one panel that had come out of the ceiling of their screen-in porch, which is pretty easy to fix. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
it's basically no damage.
Nothing.
No.
Yeah, yeah. Because
But
it's the debris that can do the damage, really, isn't it? Flying around.
oh yeah. But no. So far, we're lucky. We've been spared, and I mean, the thing is, we won't really know the extent of what's going on the West Coast until tomorrow, at the earliest.
What time is it over
where
there now?
it is 11:53 p.m. So
Yeah,
you know,
because they were predicting it hitting at 1 a.m., weren't they?
so that
I
was
got my
another
times
thing.
mixed up. I was 12 hours early. Absolute
Oh, is
dickhead.
that why you? That's why you
Yes,
just.
that's why I was streaming at midnight last night.
That's too funny.
An idiot. Absolute idiot.
Well, it was still
Yep.
a fun stream to jump in. I'm normally in bed by this time, so normally
Oh, yeah.
I would not be awake. It's midnight here. I usually wake up really early in the morning, so that's why I'm always able to watch you guys in the morning. But work got canceled tomorrow, so
Oh, that's a shame.
yeah, gotta enjoy it while it lasts.
You
Right?
get paid for that? You'd want to.
Yeah, I mean, I think
So they
so.
won't call you in as an emergency, you don't think? Oh, picture.
Yeah.
Stop it. Sorry.
So they've changed the way that they do things. It used to be for most of the years that this agency has existed. Um, when you worked in the emergency operations center for a specific county, like I work for St. Lucie County in that EOC, you have to go there before the storm starts, and you have to stay there until the storm is over. So whether it hits or not, you're there for days. But once they started doing work from home because of COVID, they realized they can do the emergency operations stuff from home too,
Yes.
remotely.
Yes.
So for a while, for the last several years, I would do it remotely. But then this year, they consolidated. I guess they figured it wasn't that much work, so they consolidated a lot of the positions into one person. That way they don't have to take time and a half, I guess.
Yep.
But
Yeah, but you got to do 3 people's work.
yeah.
Yeah.
So now it's more of an on-call type of thing, which is a little disappointing because I would like to get out and help people, but I can't until they don't call me.
You contract to them, or are you like permanent?
I am an employee with the state of Florida.
Bugger. You could have claimed 30% of your house and all your bills and home office.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, we were planning, my girl and I were planning a backpacking trip to North Georgia next week. We've been planning it for months and months.
Oh, dear.
We
Did Georgia
started
get hit?
it got hit by the last hurricane.
Is that near North Carolina?
It's close to North Carolina, but it's
They got it
not
bad, didn't they?
Yeah, it was real bad there. It's not the most affected area, but we were still considering canceling just because we didn't want to go and be a strain on resources. Like somebody sprains their ankle on the mountain and needs help or
It
something.
takes them away from emergencies.
Yeah. So, but then now after this storm, it just seems like the luck is all working against us, and we're not gonna go probably.
Oh, bugger.
Yeah.
How long is Georgia away from you?
So the mountainous part of Georgia is about 10.5 hours driving.
Road trip.
Yeah. I'm gonna pick somewhere else, or we wanted to see a little bit of fall because our climate here, I think it's very similar to certain parts of Australia, and we don't really get a. It's a nice day when it's winter in Florida.
You probably get more like our Queensland weather up north.
Yeah, yeah. We get maybe 5 days of cool weather per year, and then it's back to summer.
Do you know the difference, like what the conversion is from Celsius to Fahrenheit?
Yes. So to convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit, you do times 1.8 plus 32. So if it's 0 degrees Celsius, 0 times 1.8 plus 32 equals 32. So freezing or 0 for Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. And then I'm not very good at math, even though I do remember
No, me
this.
either. So 24 in Queensland in winter, it's about the 24 degree Celsius mark. So times
Right.
that by 2 is 48 plus what? 32.
It's times 1.8 plus 32.
Yeah, I just made it 2.
Yeah.
So it's about 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Is the
That,
average
that checks
temperature.
out. Yeah.
Is that similar to you?
80 degrees. That's like a pretty cool day where I'm at. Most
That's
of the time
that's their
it's
winter. Their winter temperature.
oh, in the winter, yes.
Mhm.
Yep. That checks out. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So you're more Queensland weather than me. At the moment,
I
it's
think
9 degrees Celsius. Well, it was last night. It's 16 today.
okay.
So
So it's
that's what,
a little bit
32.
cooler.
So that's 60, 68, I think. Something like that.
That's pretty nice actually. That sounds lovely. That's kind of
No
what we
wind.
were expecting when we got to the mountains. We were expecting it to be 60s in the daytime and then drop to about 35 in the winter. Or sorry,
So your overnight temperatures, do they fluctuate much?
in Florida, not really. It's like
No,
stays
same as
high.
Queensland.
It's constantly.
That's the
It's just
difference between the northern states here and the southern ones. So in Queensland, they sort of fluctuate maybe 2 or 3 degrees Celsius between day and night, whereas down here, it can be 15 degrees. So, what, 50 degrees Fahrenheit variant at least. So
so it's almost kind of
that's what
like is it drier? Would you say?
drier down here. Yeah, it's more
Yeah.
humid the further north you go. But yeah, I
Yeah,
don't mind the
that's
heat.
what it is here. It's like a tropical rainforest here. It's always wet
It looks
and
very flat too. Is it flat?
oh yeah, very
Yeah.
flat. Yeah, the highest mountain in our area is actually a garbage dump. It's very scenic.
So it's man-made.
Oh yeah, if you wanna get a good view of the state, I mean, just stand up there and miles you can see. It's quite nice. No, yeah, it's an interesting area to live. It's got a lot of stuff from your country. It seems to make its
Yeah.
way over here. Yes.
A lot of tourism.
Yeah, I will say tourism and significant amount of invasive species. I work when I'm not doing the emergency work, like that's maybe
Animal
less
or
than
human?
1%. Well,
Or both.
wouldn't mind a few more Aussies actually. That would be kind of interesting.
Yep.
See, like maybe once in a while I meet somebody from Australia, but we get tons of plants that are from your guys' continent, and we get a lot of animal species, maybe some, but mostly the plants. And the plants, when they
Like
get
what?
here, they just take over. That Melaleuca tea tree plant.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah.
a true. Yep. So we got that one.
That's on our coastal. They're our coastal
Yeah,
plants.
and it does
They'll go
really
in sand.
good. In Australia, it's nice, but here, because it just doesn't have the natural competitors, it takes over the whole ecosystem.
Yep.
And yeah, another one
I thought your
is
customs was pretty strict as far as that goes, or I suppose a seed can just
yes.
drop from anywhere, can't it?
No, we're very strict now, but back
But earlier,
in the, I want to say early 1900s, everyone was like, "Oh, this tree is really nice. It's from Australia. It's really pretty. It's got these nice yellow flowers. Why don't we just plant these everywhere?" And then, yeah, a short while later, we were like, "Oh, what have we done?" Yeah,
well,
Florida is definitely the lab rat of the United States. We've done a lot of crazy things.
I've heard it called something else.
Oh, yes. It has many names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I called it the Italy of Europe, but
The Italy of so.
So do you know how Key West has gone? Like, they wouldn't have evacuated any of the prisons or anything, would they?
They usually don't. They usually hunker down. That's kind of their typical protocol. But I know that if you're in prison or you're sitting in jail and there's a storm coming, everyone is like, yes. People, I mean, that's just the general atmosphere. People generally root for the storm.
So what, the guards
hope,
stay home?
well, the hope is that you're gonna this is a change in your luck.
Okay, a wall falls down and they can all run.
Yeah, which is, pretty unlikely. I mean, but yeah, it's just I don't want to get too deep into.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Did
know.
you get any good shots, or
Huh?
did you get any good videos?
Videos of the storm? Well, I have to tell you, I've been mostly for the last few hours I've been fine, but while the tornadoes were going on, I was really in emergency mode. It was much less of a joke at that time. It was
Absolutely. But you weren't expecting it either.
No, it totally took us by
So
surprise.
you just heard the noise coming and went, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, and even then, like one tornado went by, kind of thought that was going to be it. I didn't realize how many more were going to come and stuff, and so I needed to come home to feed my animals and stuff. And I figured, just come home, whatever. But on my drive home, there were tornadoes, and then after I got to my house, that's when I started hearing about the catastrophic damage and stuff. And so I kind of went into a panic. I tried to go back up there.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and it's about a 45-minute drive. So
as long as they're okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. My people are okay. I checked on everyone, but not everyone is. That's the thing.
Your mum's all right?
Oh yeah, she's many miles, hundreds of miles away. So she won't even get any of this storm. Yeah.
Oh, good. Because I thought she cop Helene, didn't she?
It wasn't as bad as we were anticipating for her. It's really weird because she took more or less a direct hit from Helene. And in the past, the hurricanes have really knocked down a lot of her trees. But for whatever reason, she was fine. And it's crazy because we think about how this storm is going to weaken so much by the time it gets to the east coast of Florida. But Helene went through 3 different states, and the epicenter of the destruction is in North Carolina. So it's a little
and they're not prepared for that. But
right.
That was more to do with the rainfall and the flooding of the rivers, wasn't it? The excess water.
So what I'm learning from
these past two storms is, yeah, I mean, you might anticipate, oh, it's going to be fine because, you know, there's wind shear, the winds aren't going to be so strong, or,
You
but
don't
you
think
never
of,
know. There's a lot of different things that these storms can do. They're
yep,
huge
the
systems
knock-on
and very
environmental
complex,
factors.
right? Yes. So, I don't know if it's something that everybody goes through or if these hurricanes really are becoming more dynamic and changing, but I'm gonna have to adapt my approach to these storms moving forward because this is yeah, this is definitely worse than I was anticipating.
So you've picked your weak points in the property and stuff that you need to update.
Well, I rent an apartment, so honestly, the place gets wiped away. I just pack everything in my car and move on. Like,
What animals have you got?
I have a cockatoo. Not an Australian cockatoo. He's from Indonesia, is the country of origin for this species. And then I have a cat. Yeah.
What kind?
So. Huh?
Color? What kind?
Oh, she's white and gray, and she's about 13 years old now.
Oh, long hair, short hair?
She's got short hair. I adopted her from PetSmart. She was already a cat. She had already metamorphosized into a cat, not a kitten. I figured there were kittens there, but nobody was going to pick the cat except for someone who really loved cats. So
yeah,
took her in.
All of my animals have come from rescue.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, you got a few cats, don't you?
I've got 4 of them, yes.
Yeah.
And they're all asleep at the moment because I've my routine with this hurricane. Well, because streaming trials, 9 o'clock your time is 11 p.m. my time. So for me to do a trial in real time, I'm pretty much doing night shift. So they're out of whack, and so am I. So I've done nothing but sleep stream.
It's
So
so
I'm
interesting because I've noticed that both in the true crime community and just kind of in general, a lot of folks from both the UK, Portugal,
You know why?
Australia.
We can't stream. We don't have access to our courts. They're not transparent like yours. We even to get a document from a case, if we were to, if there's something in one of the federal courts that we wanted to follow, you can just file a FOIA request over there. Whereas over here, you actually have to be at the courthouse at the time of the trial and request the document then and there. And if you miss out that day, tough shit. And you've got to pay for everything. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's, it's interesting because we watch there's so many court cases in America.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a big place. But it's interesting because I don't want to say, I don't know if it's more or if it's less, but a huge number of our cases are all federal. And for all the federal cases, it's just like what you're saying. They're not televised. You can get documents, but a lot of them are filed under seal, so you have to wait for them to be unsealed by a judge.
Yep. And that's months and months or years later.
Yeah. And a lot of times these federal cases are of extreme importance to the people. So I'm with you. I mean, like, it's kind of a give and take. I think that by televising trials, you are, by
keeping them accountable.
Necessity, you're keeping them accountable. That's one thing. You are introducing extrajudicial, elements into the trial. It's just by default that's going to happen when you have cameras in the courtroom and you have the influence of the public sphere, which is not evidence. So you could look at that as a downside in some ways. I mean, you could, if you want to have the court curate every single thing that the jurors hear,
then you could look at that as a downside of televising trials because you don't want the public to be able to influence them by, you
Well, that's
know,
exactly what they've done with Ty,
with what?
with Ty Tucker.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ever
Yeah.
since he's been rearrested, shut down,
Mm.
and even the
Mm.
hearings, nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
interesting. I haven't been following him since his arrest. I know he was arrested pre-trial detention. Not sure why. I will tell you, when I watched Ty's first trial, I had no idea who he was.
No, me
I
either.
really, I don't get into, you know, I don't really take an enormous stance usually. Um, but I remember watching his. First of all, he did an excellent job defending
Yeah,
himself.
yeah,
I was impressed by his sincerity. You know, it came across that he wasn't trying to deceive anybody.
no.
And what really shocked me was just the complete lack of any kind of convincing evidence other
There
than
is none.
one
There is none.
one guy who got an immunity deal and
John Travis Johnson.
right, yeah. I mean, and like
Mhm.
honestly, he basically said to the prosecuting attorneys, "Hey, I'll say
Exactly what he
whatever
was
you
told to
want me
say.
to say." Yeah.
Yep,
They gave
he got
they
time served.
gave yeah, they gave him the story
Yes, they
and
did. They did.
said, "Is this what happened?" And he said, "Absolutely. You know, you're
Yep,
gonna let me out of here? Sure."
yep.
So,
Well,
uh,
I've been really, really following it. It's one of my pet projects, because I do believe he is innocent, and there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever to convict him. He shouldn't have been there in the first place. But yeah, there's something
it's
else
a
I want to
little
say to that.
frightening that he wasn't acquitted. You know,
Yeah,
it kind of makes you realize that some juries will just kind of go along with, hey, they think
yeah,
this is the guy, they must know what they're doing.
yeah.
Um,
And, and that's the innocent till proven guilty presumption of innocence. It's yeah, it. But
I took
no,
the stance that even if I feel he did it, even if I think he did it, which I don't, I mean, but he's supposing I did, there's not evidence there, so
no,
you can't convict on that. But if you watch the prosecuting attorney both during his cross-examination of Ty Tucker and just while he's
he's an
arguing
asshole,
motions,
Mansfield. He's an asshole.
he's very vindictive, and this
Yes,
is
it's
obviously
personal. It's personal
yeah,
because Ty
yeah,
actually has civil suits against them all.
yeah,
But the
and you can
DA
tell you.
lost her bar license. The lead, the captain of of Monroe County, she's no longer in law enforcement. The lead detective is now a 911 operator as a a citizen. She's no longer in law enforcement. In fact, she's involved in another trial at the moment because one of the guys that he's in prison with, his partner self-deleted with a gun, and he rang 911 and she answered the phone, and she told him to pick up the phone and pick up the gun and secure it, which put his fingerprints on the gun, and then he got convicted for her unaliving, and he's sitting in jail right now.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
horrible. Oh,
So,
I think that you can tell when this went to a mistrial that the judge was surprised. The DA, or I'm not sure if it was the DA, but the bald guy who was doing the prosecution, he
Mansfield.
was surprised, and they were embarrassed. And the
Yep.
judge
And now it's personal.
clearly, yep. I think that judge, even though normally I have a good respect for judges, I don't want to slander them just because they don't make decisions that I would agree with or whatever, because I'm not even close to
Yeah.
an attorney or anything. But like, You can tell that the judge was disappointed, which is not his job.
I know,
You know?
I know. He really didn't want to say it, did he? He
Right.
did not want to say it. But he's
Yeah.
actually been recused now. And they put on a new judge who is pretty much his protege, but with a military background. And they revoked his bond because he was late for a UA screen. Late. He took it and passed, but he was late for it.
Oh, and they revoked your
Revoked
bond
it
for
and
that?
put it up to 3.1 million.
That's insane. 3.1 million. They were going to
Yeah.
let this guy walk for free if he pled guilty. Like, and they're going to
Yes.
hold him on.
Yep. Yep.
That's insane.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
But
That's
he doesn't. He won't take
inequitable
a plea deal
comparison.
because he said that's admitting guilt, and I'm not guilty. So
Yeah.
fair
I
enough.
just hope that works out for him because, I would have told him, hey, it's not worth it, but there's a way to change the system. I don't know exactly
He's
how, but
actually
I hope it works
he's
for him. I
applied
really
for
do.
a change of venue, and he also applied to the federal Third Circuit Court of Appeals or something. They have accepted his appeal to actually review it because in where he is, there is not one of the not one part of the legal or justice system or law enforcement or anything that is not biased against him. So it looks like he should get a change of venue, which is really good.
Yeah, I hope it works out for him. He's probably, hoping the storm,
Yeah,
gives him
yeah,
something
yeah.
interesting to happen. uh, I will say, the biggest problem in America I mean, I really shouldn't say the biggest problem, but I know one major issue we have is that prosecutors will offer plea deals, and you essentially feel like if I don't take this, I'm going to go to prison,
Well,
and
that's
they
why
will
he
give you,
yep.
yeah,
He said no to the public defender because that's all they were wanting him to do was to take a deal. They only get
yeah,
paid a certain amount, and once that budget is done, that's it.
yeah,
So
yeah,
he said, I may
and
as
there have
well represent
been.
myself.
The thing is, when you can take statistics of how many people have pled guilty and were later exonerated, you know
Yep.
that's a serious problem. That's something that needs to be fixed
Yeah.
because we have a standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, but when it comes to taking a plea deal, there's no
Yeah.
standard. All you have to
Nope.
do is have
Yep.
probable cause. And
And that
if
was my
someone is scared
argument the
into
other
taking a
week.
deal, yeah.
Why isn't, when you have a grand jury, why isn't the standard higher? Because then it would sift the chaff from the wheat, perhaps, and not get these cases that have all circumstantial evidence, basically, and clear up the court system. If there was a higher standard to prove at that level, because basically any grand jury will pretty much indict you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was my
I'm with you.
thinking anyway. That
Yeah.
might
And
reduce it a bit.
you
Who
know what
knows?
they say? They say it's the worst system except for all the other systems. I think there's.
Yes. Have you watched the Karen Reed stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I have a very different approach to that case than most folks I know, but I can give you my opinion, but I can just tell you
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
different
absolutely.
than I just personally I think she's guilty. I mean,
Yeah.
I saw pretty clear and convincing evidence. I wasn't on the jury, so I'm not holding myself to the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. If I were on the
Which
jury, I would need
convinced
to
you?
put myself in that mindset. But seeing what I saw, okay, so
Yeah,
I
which
would
is a bit
say the the data from the car, they can see that it reversed and that
the ignition
it
cycles.
suddenly, yeah, and that it suddenly, I don't know about the ignition cycles per se, but they can see that it reversed and then like stopped reversing like abruptly. By the way, I'm on 4%. You know what? I'll walk you to my house and I will get on a battery. But, so, and then
the tail lights at the scene.
Hey, Tan. Tanya says
Oh,
hello to her.
hello. I can't see
Stay
the
safe.
chat at all, so
No, yeah,
it's nice to see y'all.
she said stay safe.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we are. I am seeing a ton of shooting stars, dude. I don't know if there's a meteor
Oh,
shower
really?
going on as well, but it's crazy. Um, and then like certain things like, her saying I did it or whatever, like that I really only barely consider that, because I know people can sometimes, be like, did I do it or something like that, and you shouldn't be convicted based on something like that.
No.
But I think the other evidence in the case, and then the contrary evidence, it deserves its own weight. There were
No, I'm losing you.
they said that they punched the numbers into their algorithm and said it couldn't possibly have happened. Okay, I take that for what it is. That's what they. I lost you for a moment. Am I back with
Yeah.
you? Okay.
Oh, good.
Yep. So yeah, I considered their evidence, and then the other two experts I thought were really, really bad experts. The one who said, "Oh, it was a dog," I didn't believe that person at all. And the other, I quite remember, I didn't
The
buy his
two
testimony.
the two federal guys.
Yeah. One was a woman.
Yeah. She was the dog export bite victim one. The old lady.
The other, I don't quite remember what he testified to, but I didn't think they were very good. I thought the only
So the
good
crash
testimony.
reconstruction experts.
Oh, those guys were good. Yeah, from the FBI, you mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
from the
Yep.
no, those were good. The other two experts, I didn't find good. And so overall, I just think that the evidence was like overwhelmingly that she actually did do it. And I just want to know whether she did it or not. I don't want to be
Yeah.
in any kind of political,
No.
side
I just
or
can't put together the actual, because I've had 12 years of nursing, but I can't fit together the impact on his skull and the area that it was without the injuries anywhere below shoulder height, and how that can be inflicted from a vehicle.
Yeah.
That's where I'm
I,
stuck.
I definitely see that being as a potential
Just as an
reason
anatomical
to,
thing, the position
yeah,
that he would have had to have been in for that impact to have occurred. And yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
And have you
I
ever
so
driven 32 miles an hour in reverse?
I probably have as acting like an idiot at some point in my life. So I mean, and in that case, I sort of just think that it's very hard for us to really understand what's going to happen when you crash a car into somebody. I think it is plausible that you could have a skull fracture after being backed up into. But the thing is, none of us were there.
No.
All we have is the evidence that we have,
And
and
what about the fallout now with all the, the law enforcement getting?
oh, yeah. Well, I do think that the law enforcement, just like most law enforcement in the country,
Yeah, they just got caught doing it.
corrupt, all kinds of bad. But unless, it's getting very windy over here. I think unless they did something that procedurally would, allow the case to be dismissed, then that only, matters so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, So that's just my
There's
take on
another
it. I
new.
know it's not popular, but I
No,
can
but
only
that's
say what I believe.
yeah. There's another case that is coming up in the same court with the same judge with Brian Walsh,
Okay.
and he is he's subpoena. He wants to request all of Karen Reid's documentation as well as Sandra Birchmore's because his investigator was Proctor as well. So that's a bit
Now I'm
scary.
very happy that they were able to. Now here's another thing. So the Sandra Birchmore case, the FBI stepped in and they were like, no, this needs to be handled at a federal level because locally they botched it.
Yep.
Notice though that didn't happen in the Karen Reid case.
That was all done behind the scenes, and they were not allowed to say it. Did you notice in the court the defence had to keep saying the other grand jury, the second grand jury, the federal, they weren't allowed to mention anything to do with the FBI investigation at all. It was all happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But I was just saying that, like, in that case, the police officer was, had committed the murder, and the feds were like, yeah, we're not going to let the police department cover this stuff.
Yep.
But, and they charged the police officer. But in the Karen Reid case, they were like, no, we investigated it, and yeah, moving on. There's nothing here. And I think, another thing about the Karen Reid case, I think that she would have done a lot better if she just said, what's the evidence against me? I mean, it would have been a difficult case to win, but I think that the story that, like, the officer went into the house, was beaten up by, like, this mob of people and a dog, and then was, like, put on the lawn, I just don't believe it at all. Like, I think it's contradicted by the evidence, and I think it's kind of very circusy, and I not that I'm saying they have to prove this happened in order for her to be not guilty. Like, I know that's not how the burden of proof works in a criminal case.
Well,
but
their investigation just the techniques it turned against them because they were really shitty. So
they did do a terrible job. I'm with you 100%.
Yeah.
The solo cops, like, now granted, it was kind of like right now, hurricane. If a murder happened in this hurricane, we might do the best we can and grab some solo cups and do what we got to do. But yeah, it could have been better, and it would have been better for everybody if it had. But I guarantee, if it wasn't solo cups, there would be something else that would be, because there's no investigation is going to be really that good of a job. I mean, yeah. Anyways, so it's 12:30. I should probably get moving on.
Get some rest. You're going to need it.
Yes. Thank you, Jody, for caring so
Thank
much
you for
about our
coming
region
on.
of the world. Yeah,
It's lovely to
absolutely.
see you.
Same, and I'll catch up with you later this week.
No worries, darling.
All
Stay
right.
safe.
Have a wonderful night. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Ah, that was nice. And it's nice to put a name to a face. And thank you very much. That was awesome. Awesome. Now let me see what's happening on. It actually seems like it's calmed down a bit. Let me share this screen. Present. I don't know whether it's because the it's the epicenter or that's what it's looking like now. Where is that? Turn that on. It will tell me in a minute. Oh, this is Tampa. Okay. All right. Seems to have calmed down a bit. Oh, well, that doesn't. That's Daytona Beach, unless this is a looped feed. Hang on, let me find another live one. Earth cam. Oop. There we go. So this is 4 cameras. One's Palm Beach. One is New Smyrna Beach in Florida. The other one's Fort Myers and Lakeland. So it's 12:30 a.m. in Florida at the moment on Thursday the 10th, I think. Just over the, yes, Thursday the 10th. Wow. But yeah, by the sounds of it, it was more the oh, looking at myself. It was more the tornadoes that caught them by surprise, like there was apparently 25 of the little cells that popped up that they weren't expecting. Everyone's bracing themselves for this huge, big hurricane, and it was the little, oh, the wrong one again. It was the little ones that caught them by surprise. Well, hopefully everything is settled down over there now. Let me just go through and have a look. Tampa Bay Live. See what they've got tracking the hurricane.
Customers without power, FPL, more than 353,000, TECO, almost 420,000 customers without power.
No,
They
thank you.
are
Thank
working
you.
to, when it is safe, to get that power back on.
Hopefully
And
it's all
know that
passed
there
by
are
and
tens
we
of
can get some
thousands of
sleep.
linemen that are staged, ready to get to work ASAP.
Yeah. 3 important things to know right now. Number 1, conserve water in Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas counties. The water is off in St. Pete. You're not
There
to
you
use
go.
water.
This
You
is
won't be
your
able to get
your
water
list
out
of
of there.
things to
And
do,
when they turn
UDHEHF.
back on, there's normally a process by which they
This is
want
what
to
you'll
make
be
sure that the water indeed is safe coming out of your tap. So keep that in mind.
fixing in the
Northeast,
next few days.
Southwest
When
sewer
about
plants
your
are
reporting
offline in
there.
St. Pete. They did this to protect the system because they were concerned about saltwater incursion. So you're not supposed to flush your toilet. Otherwise, sewage
Don't
can
flush
come
the
up into
toilet.
your home, and you don't
Ooh,
want that.
that's
We're
nasty.
already going through enough right now.
And Tampa Bay's water's
Oh,
regional
wow.
supply system facilities, they're experiencing power outages. So they are
So
asking that
the
you
water level's
conserve
risen.
water to maintain water supply to Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco counties, as well as the cities of Newport Richey and St. Petersburg as well. So Tampa Bay water customers, beware of that.
Right. Let's go right now, if we can, down to Tropicana Field. Luke is down there. He's been surveying the damage. He was on scene
Let's
first
do
for us
that.
outside. Luke, I
Hello,
know
Luke.
you've looked around a little bit. What are you finding out?
Yeah, we're standing here in front of the Tropicana Field, and as you can see, it is almost completely without a roof right now.
Oh.
You see that polymer compound blowing in the wind, looking more like canvas. We've heard it whipping in the wind as the gusts come through, and pieces of it, shreds of it, just flying up into the air and flying away. A few moments ago, we got up as close as we could and put our camera
Yep.
right up against the glass
The,
door
the
to
technical
just
diagnosis
see
for
if we
that,
could make out
an
anyone
Australian,
inside. We saw
it's
some
hot.
of those shreds of the roof coming down onto the seats, but I didn't see anybody inside. And we understand
As long as
from
the gear isn't
the
damaged.
fire
That's
department
okay.
that nobody was hurt here, so which is just incredible
Excellent.
news when you look at the scale of this and all of those shreds and shards coming down. Incredibly dangerous in these winds. It's just a wonder
Oh,
that
was it
nobody
last?
was hurt, and just amazing to know that. Although I have to imagine that for people across the Tampa Bay area who grew up going to games here, this has to be an incredibly difficult scene to watch.
Yeah, I would imagine the reason you don't see anybody inside
Doesn't
is
look
probably
very
just too
windy there.
dangerous of a scene there for people to be walking around, and there'll be a time later to clean up the mess there and figure out a plan for the future. But have winds died down a bit in that area? We can see that canvas or fabric or the material blowing in the wind. Does it seem like it's died down a bit since we talked to you last?
Yeah. Well, since we talked last, so much more of it is gone. See, you take a look, and I think I can only count maybe 2 or 3 different sections there that are still intact. When we first came on the air here with you, there was much more of it intact, and much more of it, in fact, just ripping off of those support beams and flying up into the air. Now, as you can see, most of it, the vast majority of it now is gone. And on occasion, when we get those gusts of wind, more pieces of it continue to fly off and up and into the air.
It almost looks like tornado damage when you look at that. I mean, it's obviously hurricane damage when you torn it apart, but it looks like almost like a tornado hit it.
Oh, watch out. For the water, chat, remind us when the water's coming up.
Yeah, right. Haynes City. Oh, bugger. They're dropping in and out. Oh.
It's coming back.
Yeah. Now I have no AT&T. 0.
Oh, they're heading to Orlando.
Dude, Jordan's actually watching my stream. That's crazy. That's crazy. I thought it was a troll. I actually thought that was a troll. That's hilarious. W. Troy Dad.
I wonder who all was watching their streams, especially earlier.
That's hilarious.
Yes, thank you. It is raining.
You want to go on a tornado chase, Troy Dan? I'll drive you right up to a tornado.
Update location. Location not updating. Might not be. Well, anyway, we're approaching Orlando. On I-4, that's our current location.
That's the map. Oh, where did I go? That's not the map. Where'd it go? Oh, that one there. Okay, so they're heading to Orlando, just down here. So it was originally going across this way, but now it's more northeast direction, I think. So yes, they're heading to Orlando. So it's heading away from you, UDHEHF. Yay! Look at that. Not yay for those people up north, though. So it looks like Orlando, Palm Coast, Jacksonville. But it certainly doesn't look as it did. Now, where is my radar satellite? There we go. Let's share this one. So, Southern Mississippi Valley. Oh. It's on the edge of it. Yeah, it's heading up. I can't put it full screen, sorry, on this one. All right, what is the let's say, flash flood emergency in effect for the Tampa Bay area as Milton continues moving inland. 1,000 p.m. EDT position update. As of 10 p.m., Wednesday the 9th, the centre of Milton was located near, okay, they've given you coordinates. The minimum central pressure was 958, and the wind speeds are about 110 miles per hour. 1 a.m. update. Life-threatening storm surge, extreme winds and flash flooding continue as Milton moves inland along the Florida west coast. Winds of 115 miles per hour. Still looks nasty, doesn't it? It definitely doesn't look as dense as it did earlier. Well, I've got 12 hours prior footage to compare it to now because I was I was 12 hours too early. All right, so this is 10th of October. (1:40) time zone, but I think that's Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, it is. So that would mean it was taken at 12:40 in Florida, which is now 4 minutes ago. Well, there's definitely a lot less red, which I think is apparently good. I'm not a meteorologist by any means, but I think less red is good. What was this one I was looking at? Radar. That's all I've done all day was search for the best images that I could get to present. But yeah, I think this had warnings and county warning areas. All right. So the red zone is still higher than, yeah. So Orlando's in here. Oh, you can't even see me. Orlando is in here, and Jacksonville's up here, and it's headed in that direction, northeast. I had some. One of these sites had some warnings. Oh, there it is, alerts. Okay, so current alerts. They've activated the following temporary. Oh, they've got charging stations that they list on here. So if anyone needs to charge up their phone and they've got no power, I suppose you can't really get online and check these out, can you? But on Florida 511 website, they have a list of all the free charging stations that are available in the area. Lakeland, Lake City, Venice, Reddick, and Alachua. I don't know if I said that right. What does the satellite image of that show? What are these dots? These are all the traffic cameras. Some of them are actually live. That one I think has a video. There you go. It takes a minute to load. No doubt this site will be will have quite a lot of traffic on it, I would think. Not traffic as in car traffic, but yeah, high demand of viewage. Never mind. Hmm. All right, let's see what these road chasers are doing.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Crazy people.
I mean, I could definitely use some. I mean, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, I'll talk to you in the morning. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the strong winds of this thing are already moving through Orlando. They're out of that area.
See what the news says.
Coming down. And so that water level that went down is actually starting to come back up just a little bit, but it's not going to be surging. It's not coming up over much what it should be.
Well, it's we've got a variety of things we've had to worry about tonight: the surge, the massive amount of rainfall, and then the wind. And we saw the effects of the wind.
Though we still have to get all the data gathered, though, of winds that were over 100 miles per hour, including over towards Sarasota and Bradenton, 102 miles per hour, just shy of that in Venice at 97 miles per hour. We still do have quite a bit of rain, although the heaviest of the rain, it is going to be moving to the east. Still flash flood warnings and flash flood emergencies across the area. Did want to pull this up very quickly, though. This is the velocity signature from Doppler radar. Now, we've used this for various reasons through the course of the day today. Earlier in the afternoon, it was to determine where we had rotation and tornadoes. I'm just looking at the pure wind field that's aloft in the atmosphere, and we're scanning several hundred to a couple thousand feet up in this particular area. But these are winds that are inbound to the radar site at over 100 miles per hour. Now, again, that's aloft in the atmosphere. Some of that translating down to the surface, but the bottom line is we still got a lot of dynamics working through the atmosphere here, which means some high winds are still going to be possible. So just peek at that as an indication of some of the higher winds. Bigger story going forward, not only the winds, but this flash flooding that still is occurring across much of central Florida. Let's look at what we've had for the latest in the Weather Center. Dave Colleen will send it back over to you.
All right, let's
All right,
see
Chris,
what
thank you
this
very much.
Ryan Hall.
We want to get right to 10 Tampa Bay reporter Aaron Parsegian. We've been talking about Tropicana Field and the roof removed by the winds of Hurricane Milton, and Aaron's able to offer a little more insight. Aaron, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Courtney and Dave. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. What are you seeing there right now, Aaron? What have you
I've
heard
seen him
about
before.
the people
I'm
inside?
subscribed to him.
Yes, we're just getting a little more information regarding that staging setup that
And unmute this one.
Here we go. Extreme wind warning for 2.7 million people in the greater Tampa area. Extremely dangerous hurricane winds. Move to an interior room now. This includes Tampa, Brandon, Knights, Plant City, Keysville, Duet,
2 hours ago.
Bradenton, Bayshore Gardens,
Maybe
Tierra
4.
Verde, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Largo, and Palm Harbor. An extreme wind warning should be treated as if it's a confirmed tornado warning or something or greater. And you should shelter like a tornado is about to hit you, because that's essentially what it's going to be like.
Wow.
David, thank you. Bryce is not stuck. He's on his way out. Bryce, give us an update on what you've got going on out there whenever you get a chance. We've got you pulled up on YouTube here. Oh man, Jupiter Farms. Lots of damage reports coming in.
Oh, Kelly.
This is from
Kelly,
Anya.
Kelly. UDHEHF was on the stream for about an hour. You just missed him. He's just got off. He came up and gave us a an update on how everything was, and he's fine. He's all good. Everything's safe. And it's actually moving northeast up towards Orlando and Jacksonville. So he's home free. So yeah, rewind, go back on the feed. He was on for about an hour, which was great. Thank you very much, UDHEHF. He's our man on the ground. Yes, go to bed, sweetheart. Normally it's you telling me to go to bed. All I've done is stream and sleep. So I was 12 hours early originally. And then I set my alarm so that it was like 10 hours later. So I went to bed, had some more sleep, came back, and the storm hit 2 hours prior to me getting back online. So that's okay. I pretty much wanted to do this just to make sure people were safe and to send words of encouragement and know that we were thinking of them from across the oceans. So I think that objective has been achieved. All right. You have a good sleep, my love. I am going to sign off shortly. I will just have a look at what this storm chaser has to say to show the actual landfall for the stream, and then I will be signing off. So thank you so much for being here. Let's have a listen to what Ryan has to say.
This is from the tornado earlier.
Yeah, it was the tornadoes that did the
Hey,
damage.
Ryan, when you have a second,
The
hit me
damage.
up.
They just popped up out of nowhere. Oh, he's on.
And this is from Lakewood
X.
Park.
I don't use X as much. I should.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Good night, darling. Mwah.
Yeah, Ryan, I am in Venice, Florida, sitting by the Roberts
Bryce.
Bay, I do believe, and the surge is starting to break over the bay, as you can see, and here shortly it is going to start impacting these houses that are bayfront.
Hey, I was going to let you know, I'm watching radar. I've watched a long loop of this. It definitely looks like this thing is wobbling further east. It almost looks like the right side, the worst impact, maybe Venice. And Sarasota may end up on the north side of it now. Is what I'm noticing. It looks like it's taking a really big wobble east. It's on the right side of the cone, heading more towards the area of Venice than it is Sarasota and Bradenton. So that's interesting. That would obviously up the surge in Punta Gorda and the wind speed down here, but I'm noticing that. Wanted to see if you were noticing the same.
Yeah, I am noticing the same. That that definitely seems like it's a possibility now. And with that latest wobble, it also seems like go down a little bit. So we've got more time to kind of look at where it is and where exactly it's going. And that's not a bad observation at all. We're going to hope for the best for our folks in Sarasota, but unfortunately, this looks more and more concerning every second for people who really don't want to deal with this. Down here in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Grove City, of course, Venice, Inglewood, that area.
Toby County. You have some cool names.
This is now, if you're on the southern side of the storm, as far as the storm surge goes, that's where we're likely going to see the worst of the water inundation. The extreme winds are going to be a problem all around the eye wall, as we've already seen with the extreme wind warning that goes all the way up well past Tampa. But the storm surge is likely not going to be a huge problem up there. The biggest problem with storm surge is going to be down here.
It's very interesting to be able to understand.
Go ahead, Andy.
I mean, obviously, you can see that where
Right, and
the
I wanted to
epicenter
really
is.
quickly talk about
And
what a hurricane
yeah,
wobble
they
is, since
understand that.
most resources you're
Awesome.
paying attention to probably use that term to tell you what's happening, but then don't try to explain it to you. So I just want to make sure you know that we have scientifically backed reasoning for what we talk about on this broadcast. The wobble essentially drags the hurricane back and forth in a brief motion like that, or can be more intense, just based on how much the air pressure changes from the exact center of the eye in different directions out from the eye. Wherever it changes more rapidly, there will be more intense winds on that side of the hurricane, and it also can act to pull the hurricane in that direction. So as those pressure gradients circle around the eye, it can be pulled in different directions
Oh,
based on
okay.
that
So
the
up
differences.
the top here too, if you want to notice, there is a disaster relief fund. You can donate to. They've achieved $117,000 at the moment, and their goal is at $150,000. The website is www.theyallsquad.org. I will put it in chat, and you are welcome to donate to them.
And the change in pressure. So that is why a hurricane will wobble primarily. Can also occur, that same process can occur when we have an eye wall that replaces
And of
its
course, that's
inner
how
eye
it
wall from the outside. So several things are the cause and effect of the hurricane wobble there. So I want to make sure that we include that in our.
As you can see, and here shortly it is going to start impacting these houses that are bayfront.
Hey, I was going to let you know, I'm watching radar. I've watched a long loop of this. It definitely looks like this thing is wobbling further east. It almost looks like the right side, the worst impact, maybe Venice. And Sarasota may end up on the north side of it now, is what I'm noticing. It looks like it's taking a really big wobble east. It's on the right side of the cone, heading more towards the area of Venice than it is Sarasota and Bradenton. So that's interesting. That would obviously up the surge in Punta Gorda and the wind speed down here. But I'm noticing that. I wanted to see if you were noticing the same.
Yeah, I am noticing the same. That that definitely seems like it's a possibility now. And with that latest wobble, it also seems like it's slowed down a little bit. So we've got more time to kind of look at where it is and where exactly it's going. And that's not a bad observation at all. We're going to hope for the best for towards St. Petersburg and Bradenton right now. Even without the rain, you can tell that the winds are also still very strong. Even down here near Inglewood and Port Charlotte, this is where our cameras are that have the most intense look to them right now down there in the mesovorts. So and we still don't have a complete correct orientation yet with the winds against the beaches.
Oh, that's when the
Hurricane Milton was at one point a Category 5, actually at 2 points, a Category 5 hurricane, one of the strongest hurricanes to have ever been recorded in the Atlantic Basin. And now we are minutes away from landfall.
It dropped to, I think, did it drop to a Cat 3? Yeah. By the time it hit landfall. The wind speed's still 120 miles per hour, though. That's, it's not slow.
Yeah, Category 3 is nothing to play around with.
Ah, you heard me.
You see the winds are really starting to pick up even more here in Venice. We will see a brief moment where the winds die down, where Bryce Shelton is here, as he's going to be in the eye of the storm. Things are probably going to pick up quite a bit, though, on the backside. Remember, There's two parts to landfall. We're going to have the front side of the storm, which we are experiencing now. There's going to be a period of calmness. And then the backside is going to come in. And with Ian, the backside was even worse than the front side as far as the winds go. We might have a similar situation here. Huge shout out to everybody at the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service offices. This was another great forecast and great communicated event, I believe. I do think that in the future, I think that just casting a wide net with telling people, which communities should evacuate and stuff like that. I think we should cast a little bit of a wider net rather than trying to hyper focus on the pinpoint area that might get the hardest hit. Back a long time ago, if there was a hurricane in the Gulf, they would just tell everybody on the coast to evacuate. And honestly, I think that was probably a better method.
But as
But still, very well communicated, well forecasted event here, and we are once again just minutes.
Well, obviously all the new dwellings, but any permits and stuff, you have to have a certain standard, obviously, of certain level of hurricane safety. Oh, excuse me. They have to be built to a certain standard to withstand that type of oh wow. Their goal they've reached $177,000 in donations. Wow. That's fantastic. But yeah, I spent 2 hours trying to find or actually even decipher and read a radar satellite image that I could put up. And do you think I could find a good one? No. Best one I found
Kenzie,
was
if that gets down below 5 and we don't have an official announcement and Andy agrees, add 5. Clearwater is even in Clearwater, we are also starting to see some reports of some a storm surge over here as well, likely coming in from the Tampa Bay area, not coming in from the Gulf. Uh, 93 mile per hour wind gust, official report there coming in from Sarasota. Just to recap, also, so far today, the Florida National Weather Service offices have issued 133 tornado warnings.
more than 1 million people have evacuated. Wow, goodness. They were predicting 15-foot, like tsunami surge.
Is the shed still standing? It is. It is actually. You can see it there in the number 9 camera. So far, we've got a 93 mile per hour recorded gust at the Sarasota International Airport, Albert Whitted Airport in St. Petersburg, 89 miles per hour, and 79 miles per hour. Landfall has occurred. I'm 98.1 FM and 1530 AM as well. The Florida Public Radio Emergency Network is 88.5 FM. Hopefully we don't have to deal with a situation where we don't have power or cell phone service, but ask our friends in North Carolina about that. It's a problem that some of them are still dealing with today.
Wow. They've raised 180.
700,000 people without power now.
Mm. Let's get to.
I know, right? Eggnog Monkey says, Ryan, I know it probably hurts, but your voice is so soothing right now.
He has got a very deep, soothing voice.
I'm telling you, I'm keeping it.
This is the donation site. And they've, 221,000 they're up to. Wow. Wow.
Look at this. Even got a cute little love letter. Thank you, Steph. Thank you.
A food delivery while he's been streaming, no doubt. All right, so right now it is headed northeast. This is the delayed. I'm just gone back onto his feed. So this is at least 2 hours ago. Yeah, and it's now
Of
heading
course, as
northeast.
we have relayed those
to
5 inches per hour
towards
rainfall
Orlando.
rates
Yep.
of over the entire hour falling and continuing to fall in the area that has already received that 5-inch hourly rate. So St. Petersburg, parts of St. Petersburg have seen over 13 inches of rain just from fresh water. And like Riley mentioned previously, or I think Elijah actually mentioned previously, again, that those winds are quickly going to shift from the northwest. They're already doing so over parts of Pinellas County into Manatee County, and that's going to bring that storm surge right back into the bay and then some. So the flooding event is ongoing now. I remember talking about the flash flood emergency issuance being a likelihood 30 minutes or 45 minutes ago, and now we see the reason.
Thank you so much, Andy. Chandra, anything, like, just keep cycling through on the queue. Try to find something out here near Tampa that gives us an idea of maybe some of the water levels. I know that we're down a lot of cameras, but something to work on. 2 million people
They've lost their count.
are under that flash flood emergency.
Cameras.
This includes Clearwater, Largo, St. Petersburg, Apollo Beach, Mango, Temple Terrace, Tampa. 2 million people. Move to higher ground immediately. Avoid walking or driving through floodwaters. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek higher ground now. A flash flood emergency should be treated with the same level of respect as a tornado emergency. You are. Jenny says y'all need a sponsorship deal with Hall's cough drops. Yeah, it is a problem.
Talking for so long. All right. So at this point, they've raised
That
2.5 million.
there is a solution for. We need to have more than just water here at
One
the Weather
comment.
House.
Yeah. One commentator. Need more. So we can have a break. Poor bugger. He's been at it for over 10 hours at this point.
How do we differentiate between hurricane and tornado damage? Is accuracy lost? Rating the scale of tornadoes. I don't think that we'll have too much of a problem with that. With this, I don't think that there's very many places that are going to receive significant hurricane wind damage on top of the significant tornado damage. There are some places where it'll overlap, but yeah, we're going to be able to. I think that the surveys will be able to be done without any sort of problems there. But yeah, hurricane damage is by itself is very different and easy to differentiate from tornado damage.
Like it's
Yeah, Fort Myers is reporting flooding, but it's not extreme. The worst of the flooding is definitely being reported right now from Venice, Florida, and areas near Sarasota. And I'm talking about we're getting close to 1.7 million people without power.
Ten-foot storm surge. All right, so now they're up to 263,000. Wind speed still at 110. So this is when does it go? 410. When did I start? A couple of hours ago.
It's 2.
Now, as you can see, it's headed up that way. So
our program is set up to show the information for the current strongest hurricane. But I guess whenever we've got 2 tied hurricanes, it goes in alphabetical order. So we're seeing Hurricane Leslie out there now.
Leslie's going as well.
All right, y'all. I'm probably going to wrap it up here.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I don't.
$265,394. Well done. Well done. Bravo, sir. Bravo. All right. Let's see what's live now. For a final update, and then we shall.
Popping off in portions of Polk County and portions of the eastern side of our state. People that didn't initially think they'd get the impacts of Milton.
Yeah, evacuating the
To stay
hurricane
safe,
itself, but the outer band spawning tornadoes just like that. We did mention power outages at the top of the hour, right? We were trying to get some numbers for our friends at home. So if we have that, I'd like to pull that up in terms of a graphic.
There's 3 things you need to know, and one of them is about the power outages. Right now, we are getting some initial numbers of some power outages across our area. We have Duke Energy reporting an estimated 630, just so far. What they can report for certain is 630,000 power outages.
Yeah, we gave you a bit of a broader view right there on your screen. So we'll break down the bigger numbers for you, but you can see the smaller numbers on your screen as
7,000
our web team
people
doing a fantastic job, and our producers
out
actually panning and
of
zooming for you to see what we're talking about in terms of troubled
San
areas in the Bay
Francisco.
Area and beyond. FPL reporting 839,000 outages.
Yeah, earlier yesterday we spoke to the one of the officials, Michael Hastings from Florida Power and Light, and he
We
was
did.
telling us that he expected power outages and that they were prepared for them, and that they were going to get all these linemen, that they had more than 17,000 linemen on standby to try to help with the power outages as necessary. So those crews are going to be out working around the clock from now until all the power is restored. You can count on that.
Yeah, they're going to do their part. And you heard that win that Miguel was contending with, right? That is exactly why they have been on standby. They can't go out in those conditions either. You don't want the rescuers needing to be rescued.
Yeah. And TECO is reporting thousands, but their outage map is offline right now. So once we get some new information from TECO regarding power outages, I know from my family members, they have in Hernando County, they lost their power. We lost our power at our home in Tampa. So here's some tips for you when it comes to power outages.
Yeah. So if you lose power, turn off and disconnect electronics to prevent damage. You don't want.
So if you want to run in and go change real quick, obviously feel free. They said they're going to call me in the next 10 to 15 minutes for a hit. And then after that, I'm going to go change real quick.
This is Storm Chaser. This is live at the moment, and they're headed towards Orlando.
No, I'm not worried about it. They were supposed to do a phone at 11:30. I never called. I'd say the roughest parts are pretty much over. It's gradually weakening still.
Good.
Geez, we're only 800 subscribers away from 205,000 already. So thank you guys so incredibly much.
That'd be nice.
205,000 subscribers, 800 away.
I
That's
just
incredible.
need another 90.
I did not expect that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I really did.
Sharing is
I'm
caring.
incredibly blessed and humbled, guys. You guys truly make it happen, and I could not be more grateful for you guys.
So many subscribers, they're just constant. But, bang, another one. All right. Well, after all that, it's been a bit of a schmozzle of a day, a bit of a schmozzle of a couple of streams, because I don't normally cover weather, but given that we have quite a few of our subs down that way, I thought it was important. So, and I know that they're all good now. And thanks again, Mr. UDHEHF, man of the hour. It was lovely to have you up on the stream and put a name to a face, and for reporting in live from Florida. He is safe. His family is safe. So it is all good for them. So everyone else, hunker down. Don't go outside. It's too windy. And hopefully our thoughts and prayers go out to those people that the hurricane is headed towards now, Jacksonville and Orlando. Hopefully it continues to reduce in its intensity. All right, I might do an update on that with the next stream, just a quick one, but it won't be a hurricane stream. We'll get back to our usual coverage of the trials. We have two that we're covering at the moment, the 911 murder trial and the burnt husband one, which is very interesting. Very interesting. So check it out. Please like and subscribe. That would be amazing. This channel is not monetized as yet, and it is like a 15th of it. as I said, need 90 subscribers, and I reach YouTube's criteria to say that I am official. Yep. I am, I've reached the numbers to tell them that I have enough people that have watched me that they are prepared to allow me to put advertisements on my channel. Thanks, YouTube. You're ace. All right. With that, as I said, please stay safe. There is a site called, if you've got power or if you can get to it, it's called, where is it? Florida 511. And it has all of the alerts, all of the temporary free charging stations if you need to charge your phones and what have you, and updates, alerts, all sorts of stuff. So check it out. And yeah. All right. Try and get some sleep if you can. And I shall see you on the morrow. Till then, adios.
Covering true crime and police arrests, where the judges move and the defense rests, watching courts and trials, criminals at best, where the gavel drops and the defense rests. If you love true crime and you want the best, won't you find the time and the defense